I call the opening session of the April 16, 2026 regular Board of Education meeting to order at 5:02 p.m. Madam Clerk, do we have a quorum?
Yes, we do.
Madam Clerk, are there any public comments on closed session items?
No, there are not.
Hearing none, I adjourn this meeting to closed session at 5:02 p.m.
As a parent myself, I really think it's very important to be able to give your child that strong foundation. The ability we have in our TK classrooms to give children an opportunity to grow in so many different ways.
You have to do TK. They're ready to learn. They have self-control. They have friendship skills. They have those this certain level of independence that they feel confident. They're ready to come to school.
What we're doing is we're showing them that this is a safe place, that they can be themselves. We meet them where they're at. We're setting them up for success to go into kindergarten and all their years beyond.
Not only do I see it help them to prep for kindergarten, I just think it's good for them to, learn their social skills and start integrating themselves and learn how to be in a big classroom with a teacher.
I really think that it's so important to put them in this because they have access to the framework that they're going to get in elementary school. They understand a little bit more of what is expected of them in the routine. So they get that with TK with a lot more guidance, love, play. They're definitely more confident when going into kindergarten.
Here at Yorba, we take pride in our community. We strive to ensure that all students are scholars, leaders, and champions.
We teach and lead with love. We are Yorba, we are family.
The teachers here care. They care for the students, and you'll see that our rooms are open at lunch. The kids know that they can come and ask for help, and we're there for them.
They know that they have a place here to come and hang out and create and be who they are. What we're doing here, I think, is super special.
The kids are sweet, the parents are nice, the staff and the teachers have been engaging. I couldn't ask for anybody better to teach the kids. It's the only junior high in Orange Unified School District that has a dual immersion program in Spanish.
Que tienen definitivamente pues una gran ventaja a otras escuelas de que tengan aquí a los maestros que hablen dos idiomas, inglés y español.
Muy buena escuela, la recomiendo porque es excelente los maestros, el personal, se siente uno como en casa, tanto los niños como nosotros los padres.
Their staff really makes a difference. The effort they put into it, the love that they have for what they do, it shows in their kids, it shows in the community they're building here.
One thing I love about Yorba is the teachers that make sure the whole class gets it. If you don't understand a thing like that, really come over and help you to really make sure you get it. They won't move on until you get it.
They really care about you here. Teachers here, they care about your experience and how you learn, and they'll give you different ways to learn your subject.
Marine Corps Junior ROTC is a leadership and character development program designed to equip our cadets, as we call our students, with life skills they can use to be successful regardless of what they choose to do in the future. They also have higher GPAs, lower absentee rates, lower incidence of disciplinary problems, and more likely to pursue higher education after high school.
We do a daily schedule of exercises. We do physical fitness, such as running, push-ups, and then any other calisthenics, flutter kicks, jumping jacks.
This whole program has shaped me to be someone who can be proud of who they are someone who can show and stand their ground. I thank this program for teaching me lots of things.
Pues el programa me cambió todo eso. De alguna manera me hizo esforzar un poco más, hizo sacar lo mejor de mí, mis estudios, mejoré demasiado en la escuela. De una manera u otra también este programa está marcando mucho mi futuro.
They encourage us a lot to go into college, to do university, to do whatever that we're passionate about, but just to have an education.
Everything is a team effort. You have to learn how to be selfless, how to help others, how to push the people in front of you. I believe that being a leader is teaching others how to become leaders of their own.
I see the results every day when I talk to the cadets about their experiences here, the life-changing experiences that they have, the confidence it develops, the discipline it develops, the self-reliance.
Without JRHC, I wouldn't know the options. JRHC offers a lot of options. They could still guide you to scholarships, but they could even help you with the enlistment. I got to meet good recruiters and they're sending me in the right path.
Orange High School has one of the largest Marine Corps ROTC units in the Western United States. And I must say, these cadets are the leaders of tomorrow.
Community schools transform the way we serve students by serving the whole family. Our community schools thrive because of 4 essential pillars: caring for student needs, enriching their learning, welcoming families as partners, and leading with shared purpose.
We know that when we wrap our arms around our community, provide resources, connect, and show stability, we see immediate results in our students. They show up ready to learn, confident, and feel supported.
Since becoming a community school, parents, including myself, have been given an opportunity to become leaders on campus. After a 10-year absence, with the support of community schools, we've been able to reestablish our PTA, giving parents the opportunity to make a difference in their child's education.
Community Action Partnership of Orange County is grateful for collaborating with the Orange Unified Community Schools, which allows us to meet families where they're at and offer the resources and services they need when they need them, empowering families to thrive. We're building stronger families together.
As community school leads, we create experiences that inspire joy, curiosity, culture, and pride. Learning happens beyond the bell. It opens doors for endless possibilities.
Our families are our partners. Their leadership, culture, and voice create strong schools. Every workshop, every celebration, and every connection builds strong community.
I think that's part of what community schools is about, helping each other, helping our community.
Excited to finally host our inaugural Disney musical, Finding Nemo. Our teachers, our staff, our cast have been hard at work since October, and we are so proud and so excited to finally see the finished product tonight.
I'm so excited here to start our very first day at Disney Musicals. We have all of our kids excited to perform, all of our parents ready to enjoy the performance, and it's just going to be an exciting day full of magic and dreams.
And a very special thank you to Mrs. Tara Roberts, who, by the way, is also our OUSD Teacher of the Year. She truly, truly has been the heart of this entire project and has dedicated so many hours to the production. We are so blessed to have her as part of our staff here at Lamson.
I'm very happy to be leading this program, and my teachers that are helping me are just a true blessing.
You like that one? Better?
Mr. Memo is so lovely, so friendly, and he just always goes out of his way to make my life easier and to be so helpful. A gentleman and a hard worker, so lucky to work with him.
He always does everything with a smile. He's wonderful, and the kids love him, the staff loves him, and, you know, we really appreciate all his hard work.
I've known Mr. Memo for a number of years, and he is a joy to have all the time.
I would like to invite the fantastic Mr. Memo back up here with me.
You have been selected as the Employee of the Year for custodial and maintenance.
What makes him special is like there's only one of him, and he's just the best.
Mr. Memo helps me with Spanish lessons and also helps the house be clean. Mr. Memo is funny, kind, and very respectful.
He's kind and he's everyone's friend, and he loves everybody.
Thank you so much for this surprise. A big surprise for me is you guys give it to me. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you for Orange Unified. I don't have any words to say it, but thank you very much.
Today, we had the pleasure and honor of inviting State Superintendent Tony Thurman to our school. We welcome him and prepare for him to come because we are so proud of all of the things that we have to offer here at Jordan.
I've been coming to Jordan Academy for 6 years for Read Across America Day, and we are so proud of you.
We had a wonderful assembly for him, and he got to speak to all of our students. He read our students a story. Having Tony Thurman was wonderful. It was so impactful, so meaningful. His words to our students really were inspiring, and it's just wonderful to have state leadership come out to our schools and encourage us in what we're doing every day here at Jordan.
Now remember, when you become famous, I'm gonna want your autograph, okay? Don't forget me, okay?
Great job, great job, great job.
And up like this.
Oh, wow.
We're doing push.
The first to go and the last, you matter.
Welcome to Chapman Hills Elementary, where community, creativity, and collaboration come to life. With passionate teachers, a dedicated support staff, and an incredible PTA, every child is seen, supported, and celebrated.
We chose the school because of the community feel. The teachers are absolutely outstanding. The leadership here is fantastic. And so it has a very strong kind of community, and we really gravitated towards that for our daughter.
Communication can be an issue for a lot of schools, and I think that's one thing that Chapman Hills really excels at is the constant communication you have with your teachers, with the staff. There's a genuine care for every student here, and they want to make sure that your child succeeds in every possible way.
When I come to school, I feel very excited because my teacher gives us a bunch of opportunities to learn different things. The teachers here give us everything we need to succeed, and they're really nice and encouraging.
Yeah, up close, quail.
I think the world of this school. As a mental health clinician myself, I really care about my son's confidence levels, his safety, if he's feeling supported and cared for, and I really feel that at Chapman Hills. I feel that with the teachers, the administration, the fellow parents. It's just such a wonderful community here.
Everybody here has such a great and unique bond with everybody. The parents, the kids, the staff, everybody really works together to make Chapman Hills the amazing school that it is.
This school is very special because its location, its small schoolhouse feel in a beautiful neighborhood against the back hills of the canyon, and it's just a wonderful place. It is, it's just beautiful.
Chapman Hills Elementary. We're more than a school. We're a community.
Fletcher is a great, loving family. It is the diverse student population here makes us very special and unique.
Fletcher's amazing regardless if you're choosing the Mandarin immersion program or the English only. They're getting exposed to different diverse cultures and learning a lot of empathy and respect.
Not only do you get the dual immersion, but you can combine that with GATE. Take the things they're learning in GATE and not only apply it in English, but also apply it in Mandarin.
We work really well with the Mandarin teachers. We're not separated. We're all collectively together. If you go into the Mandarin class, you'll see different because you see the Mandarin. But if you walk into my classrooms, you're going to see the same things that are happening, same writing, same things on the wall, same activities. They share stuff with us. We share stuff with them.
Our children are recognized for the great things that they do and the milestones that they've reached. Although my children are not in the Mandarin immersion program, I think it's really important that we embrace all that that has to offer. It's a part of our entire community.
Fletcher has provided so many resources for not only the children, but for the parents. When my children have some difficulty with their homework or assignment, there's always a teacher of some sort to help.
It's such a positive environment. The parents are great, the teachers are amazing and caring and into what they do. You really couldn't hope for a better situation.
We hope you felt the heart of our school, where every student belongs, every voice matters, and every day is an opportunity to thrive. We are honored to be part of your child's journey, and we can't wait to grow and learn together.
Here in Early Learning at Orange Unified, we are proud to provide our youngest learners a strong foundation. That's why I love our preschool program. It gives our students that love for learning and allows them to start developing their social-emotional skills.
They're interacting with other kids. They're not at home where it's like some of them don't have siblings. So they come to school to learn how to share and learn how to problem solve. It's more about socially and emotionally, how to make friends, how to solve problems, critical thinking. As you can see, the classroom is set up where they can explore, they can learn and discover.
Our preschools are centered on play-based learning, so it's not like heavily structured in, assignments and worksheets, which is what they're gonna get, later on in life. And so we like to really foster our program into having fun with our children.
Our children spend so much of their childhood in school. It's so important for them to have built that foundation to prepare them for their long educational career that's coming. And that all starts here with preschool.
I think it's the best idea to get them introduced right away because it gives your child an opportunity to grow with everyone their own age.
It's nice for them to learn how to make those connections with other kids and starting to learn how to talk to other kids and approach them and say, do you want to play with me? And learn that sometimes they want to play, sometimes they don't.
As a parent and as a teacher, I love to see my child want to go to school and be happy and want to play with their friends. And to be able to give that gift to students at such a young age, you're not losing anything, but you're gaining so much more.
We are here to help you navigate the enrollment process and answer any questions you may have. Call us today to get your child started on their educational journey.
As you grow older, you will always be able to reflect on your high school years and accomplishments proudly. The students in this class represent some of the best and brightest in the nation.
As you stand today on the front lines of your future, know this: you are ready, you are resilient, and you will always be part of the El Medina family.
Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. As you take on this next chapter in your journey, do it with confidence. You've proven time and time again that you are capable of facing sudden change and succeeding.
As you leave here today, I urge you to embrace the challenges ahead with the same determination you've shown throughout your time here. The world is waiting for your brilliance. Carry your experiences with pride and never forget the power of your story.
The world needs more people just like you, who can think differently, who can find unconventional solutions to conventional problems. You've proven that there's more than one way to succeed.
In life, whatever you do it with purpose, do it with passion, and do it with pride. I close with words from the great Nelson Mandela. It always seems impossible until it's done. Class of 2025, go show the world what's possible.
It's a lot of fun, and you should have those experiences and know how to cook for yourself. You get to learn about different cultures through their food. There's always so many different things to learn. It's helped me rediscover my love for cooking, and now I want to go possibly to Orange Coast to join their culinary program.
My favorite thing about the program is just being able to be creative, going through the entire songwriting process. It just allows for a really interactive environment. This class has prepared me for after high school, since I'm going into UNLV, taking their entertainment engineering pathway. I'm hoping to do studio engineering and recording bands, movies, albums, just record labels in general.
I like the CTE program because it can give me real-life experiences. I've done multiple CTE programs in my time in high school, and I've gained a lot from all of them. I have my primary classes and a couple of APs, but yeah, I really like the CTE classes.
The base of the program is about exposure to see if you're really interested in it. You get to see hands-on, do a lot of book work as well, but on the weekends we do manipulative stuff that teaches them how to throw ladders, how to squirt water, how to pull hose, things like that, and how to adapt and how to be part of a team and how you integrate into the fire department and the station.
It's great. I get to be in this firehouse. I get to learn what firefighters do, and I could get the basics of what I need for the academy.
I'd say this class is more fun than other classes because you're doing more hands-on work and you're not just sitting in a classroom most of the time. I really like this class because you're also just putting in work into your future.
We don't expect them to be perfect at it. We want them to have the basic knowledge to do it, so when they're exposed to it and they practice, then they have way ahead of the game.
The cool thing about the Spider Lab is that it prepares our students for what's to come next, for those that are interested in following this through not just high school, but as a career in college.
I'm very grateful to have CTE as a pathway here at Villa Park. I know everything that I'm going to go into in the future does have to do with technology. I mean, I do content creation on the side right now, so this class as is has prepared me to work and further my career that I've started.
I find the hands-on experience about this class interesting because I can think of a design, I can make it in Photoshop, and then I can go onto a machine and I can, go through this process of using raw materials like ink and sticker paper, and I can make the design and I can put it on something, and I have a physical, tangible object in front of me that's it's awesome because I made it.
What I get out of it, I would say there's a lot more professional experience than you would get out of any other high school class because you learn things like how to create an invoice on QuickBooks, which I don't think any other high schooler knows at this school who hasn't taken this class.
They walk out with certificates letting them know that they are certified to use all the machines in this class. So they're already ready to jump into a design or a print shop and be able to assist there, to intern there, to build up more of their value as they go through school. So it's a good opportunity for the students.
The aviation pathway is almost 10 years old. The first class is looking at the history of aviation and then taking kind of an overview of the vast variety of careers in aviation. From there, students can go to one of two classes for their second year. One of them will focus more on non-pilot careers like aviation maintenance, air traffic control, engineering, drones. And then the other class is a full private pilot ground school, so focused on the pilot side, what students would need to know to get that first license.
This class has really prepared me for a future in aviation. I've always wanted to be a pilot when I'm older, and this has kind of showed me the opportunities that are available and really what it takes to get there.
This has been an amazing experience so far. It's really taught me a lot. There's no part where I'm bored or don't want to do anything in this class.
My favorite part of this class is flying on the simulators because it really simulates what it's like in real life and shows what a future in aviation could look like for me.
I think the big thing is getting students to start thinking career and getting them to start thinking about what it would take to get to that career. And so we get to start having those conversations. If it is in aviation, then there's tons of opportunity.
I hope to do a career in aviation because what would be better than that?
I would recommend this pathway to another student because of the community and family that comes along with it.
I feel good being in the CTE pathway. It's made me friends and given me plenty of real-life experience. I would recommend this pathway to another student because of the family-like environment and the professional internship that comes along with it. This pathway is full-on career readiness, so I'm ready for my career when it gets there.
What inspired me to join the CTE pathway was the fact that I was involved with animals beforehand. So when I found out the agriculture department in Orange High School was a thing, I decided to choose it as one of my classes. This pathway has impacted my education with myself setting academic goals. Advice I would give another student joining this program isn't just about animals or the agriculture part of it. It's about making friends and learning how to be yourself, getting out of your comfort zone, and just getting involved in school projects.
Today, I have some exciting news to share about our schools. 15 of our elementary schools and 4 of our middle school programs were named Best in the Nation by U.S. News & World Report, which means they rank in the top 40% of schools in the United States. Half of the ranking formula was based on student proficiency in mathematics and reading for each state, as measured by state assessment tests. The other half was based on the context of socioeconomic demographics. In other words, the top-ranked schools are high-achieving and help make sure all students succeed. Congratulations to our 19 schools joining this prestigious list, as Canyon, El Medina, and Villa Park High Schools have been recognized as best high schools for 5 consecutive years. This honor highlights the incredible work of our students, teachers, parents, and staff. Let's celebrate this achievement together. Share this post and follow us for more great news about OUSD.
Welcome to Orange Unified Alternative Education Programs. At Parkside, we're the proud home of OUSD's 2 main independent studies programs, Homeschool K-8 and Edge Virtual Academy K-12. Edge Virtual Academy K-12 is our largest program at over 300 students with highly qualified teachers. Elementary students have a structured daily schedule with teacher-led instruction in math, language arts, sciences, and social studies with optional intervention daily. The virtual instruction provides the same learning that a student in a traditional in-person school would have. Secondary students have a flexible schedule that uses the district-approved online curriculum APEX. There are daily instructional offerings and check-ins with a focus on specific content to support the online learning.
Orange Unified has really created an amazing option for the parents, and they're very lucky to be able to have the EDGE program. The EDGE program is going to provide for their kids unlike any other online program that I've seen. And I think that we're really lucky that the EDGE program continues to grow and evolve and become an amazing place for all students to be.
We were ready to do homeschool. I was ready to roll up my sleeves and be the teacher. And fortunately, we found EDGE at Parkside, and a lot of that teaching work was done for us with an amazing program and amazing teachers who I could partner with. And instead of having to be the leader in that, I get to be a coach. I get to be a partner. I get to really encourage my daughter and help her grow in the ways that she really needs to.
Homeschool is an elementary program that supports families electing to educate their student at home, with a fully credentialed, experienced teacher to provide all curriculum and support.
In Orange, we have teachers assigned to these parents that are homeschooling, and we give them assistance. We guide them in the curriculum, we guide them in how to teach certain subjects, and give them assistance in that way.
It was kind of a surprise for us. Coming into the homeschool program, we didn't know it existed, and when we came across the homeschool program, we were just surprised that there was a teacher to walk alongside us, help get work together, help with grading, answer questions. And we just fell in love with it. And we just love the flexibility of it. We love that curriculum is provided and that it feels like there's a team supporting Colin when he needs it most.
Every morning it's the same routine. We get up, we will stay in bed a little bit and we'll read right before we start having breakfast. We'll come out. Everybody does what they need to do, and then we'll come to the kitchen, do breakfast, and then he'll start doing his schoolwork. And usually he's the one choosing what subject he wants to do. And here we are 2 years in, and we're happy. I wouldn't change it.
At Parkside, our caring, qualified staff takes pride in providing small learning environments to assist students' individual learning, social, and emotional needs. At Parkside, every day is a chance to explore, grow, and succeed.
Welcome to the latest installment of OUSD in 1. We're excited to share that Knoll Canyon and Taft Elementary Schools have been named 2025 California Distinguished Schools by the California Department of Education. This prestigious honor recognizes schools with exceptional student achievement, engagement, and a positive school climate. Knoll Canyon and Taft exemplify the dedication of our educators, students, and families in achieving academic excellence. These outstanding schools are among 45 in Orange County to earn this top distinction based on the 2024 California School Dashboard. A special awards ceremony will be held at the Disneyland Hotel on May 30th. Congratulations to our distinguished schools. This well-deserved recognition reflects the ongoing effort and commitment to student success. A complete list of our award-winning schools and programs is on our website under our schools.
The IB believes that we can use education to make the world a better place. It's not just about the academics. The IB program focuses on developing the whole child. It's a holistic approach to education.
I do have 2 older children, and as a parent, I wish they were a part of the IB program because I feel they would have a better understanding of how different cultures really impact our everyday lives. We seem a little bit different, but we're really not. We want the same things, and we're all part of the same global community.
Something that's unique about the IB program is how we build our units of inquiry. We take the California state standards and we connect them to universal concepts. We then use the different subject areas to teach to those universal concepts.
For me, the IB program has been a great way to expand children's thinking and children's learning in a deeper way.
Parents should know about the IB program because it enables their child to be critical thinkers. It engages them in lifelong learning skills. It also allows the children to be active and going out into their community and making a difference.
Our students are learning that they have the power to make a positive change in the world. The kids become more knowledgeable, more caring, better communicators. It's really a holistic approach to education.
And so when you're able to teach kids in a way that is meaningful, when you get to see their little faces light up like, aha, I got it. That is such the moment that makes it worthwhile as a teacher. For all the other times where you're maybe not so sure, those moments like going, ah, we can do this. And so that's what IB does.
This school means a lot to not only me, but to my family. It's a safe haven for a lot of us. You know, when my mom passed when I was 10 years old, my oldest brother was going to El Medina, and Steve Bernard, the head baseball coach, took unbelievable care of him and our family. So when I graduated here, I always wanted to potentially give back if I had the resources, and God has blessed me in a wonderful way. So I think it's only fitting that I come back to the place where I've spent many hours dedicating to my craft to be able to build a clubhouse for these kids and the future generation of kids at El Medina.
He enjoys being at El Medina. He finds it as a place where he can come and just kind of be himself and get away from everything.
Freddie is someone anyone can look up to, even if you're not even the biggest Dodger fan. His swing is textbook. He does all the things right. Gold Glover, Silver Slugger. Freddie's just a great overall guy, very generous, homegrown, played on this exact field that we're playing on.
Knowing that this program can make Major League and Hall of Famers and know that the coaches are here and you can trust them.
A lot of these kids might not go on to play baseball beyond high school, so to experience a really cool clubhouse with an awesome coaching staff and Josh Kleiner, I think that's something that these kids will be able to cherish for the rest of their lives.
As a program as a whole, we're very, very thankful for Freddie and his generosity toward us, and we can't wait to see what his clubhouse is going to look like and what it's going to do for us as a program.
We're super proud of you, the way you handle everything, class through and through, and everything that you do. It never ceases to amaze me. On top of that, this extremely incredible donation that you're giving us and what you're giving back to your high school is so incredible to us, and I just want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts.
Thank you very much, Freddie. It's gonna be awesome.
Thank you, Freddie!
We're very excited to be able to present our teacher grants this year. We have $45,000 that we have raised over in various fundraisers, and we're out giving deliveries of our grants today.
Days like today make it so worthwhile because any money we raise goes straight back into the schools. Today we gave out money for new iPads, we gave out money for a library vending machine.
I've been trying so hard to get this money for an Arbor vending machine at Villa Park Elementary. I've written multiple grants and I'm super excited to get this one. Thank you so much for your support.
Super excited, obviously, to get help with buying stuff for our kids. We plan on buying reading. We have a reading program that we will buy. We're also buying a lot of sensory items for our kids.
I'm incredibly excited. Thank you so much for the grant. My students are going to love using this. The plan is to get some more iPads.
I'm going to use this money for our AVID program because we started off with only 2 periods of AVID and we're expanding. And so I would like for all the teachers teaching AVID to have flags like that and anything that the students need. So I'm going to use it for supplies and things like that.
This is amazing, and this is my 2nd year, so I'm really glad and thankful that we received this money, and we're planning to use it to buy another 3D printer since our current printers are not working. So this is going to go a long way to help a lot of our students.
My favorite thing to do at Palmyra is in the morning welcome all of our students as they enter the gate. That's the way we start our day right, is knowing that they're welcome and that they are special. Palmyra is a great place to be, a great place for students and parents and our staff. We work hard here to provide a valuable, strong education. We're excited that we are now Palmyra Gate Magnet to highlight our program, to really promote what we do here. We have excellent teachers, staff, aides, and front office, and we're proud of it.
I love Palmyra. I've been here this is my 26th year teaching. So that's where I started, same classroom, same grade. The teachers, the students are amazing. So when I was subbing, I just noticed the culture here was different than any other school I had visited. So when I was offered the job, I took it, and I've been here ever since. I think the students here feel safe. They feel safe, they feel loved. That makes kids want to come to school. So when kids want to come to school, they're going to listen, they're going to learn, and they get all the things they need to be successful in the future.
The students love to come to Palmyra every day because in the classrooms they have a positive environment where they can be with their friends, they grow in their creativity, they grow in their learning. We think about a lot of complex questions and go deeper into the content, and there are so many programs at our school, both after school and in school, that really help them flourish and allow them to do what they like and to grow in that area.
The students, for me, are the #1 reason why I do this job. Making a difference in their lives is what I want to do, and it's my passion. So when kids look back on their time at Palmyra, I would like them to remember the relationships that they've built, the excellent foundation of education that they received at Palmyra, the experiences, whether it was newspaper club, robotics, dance, folklorico, chess, that they knew that they were able to enjoy their elementary years and that Palmyra was a great school for them.
Each day we start off with our morning routine. My children really love that because they're involved and they get to participate. The kids also just love when we sing our songs to listen and calm down. We use our Larry listening skills. They understand that if we don't listen, we won't learn, and how important that is.
Very quiet. You should really try it. Listening well. Listening well.
At the beginning of the year, they could not listen and then answer a question because they were thinking of something else, but they've really seemed to achieve the understanding that all learning happens when we're paying attention. And so that has been super exciting in our class.
I agree. This morning I was implementing an Orton-Gillingham training, so it really focuses on multi-sensory approach, which really helps students with dyslexia and students that are struggling readers. I had some visuals for them to identify digraphs, which was the squiggly on the line, and then we had a blending board for reading. I've seen huge gains in the last few months. Students are just hitting mastery checks quickly, so that means they're blending a lot faster, and they're just being a more fluent reader.
Each day the children have a different partner. That way they learn to talk to all of their friends in the room, and they learn to take turns playing it. The self-regulation is really a tough piece for them, as they have to listen and they have to stop playing when the music stops and says shh. And it's working on fine motor, we're sharing, we're building language and vocabulary as they do these things.
Currently here at Fairhaven, we have our OT Sensory Lab, which focuses on children's OT skills, which comes from fine motor skills to flex seating, to movement, to rotating, to taking turns and waiting their turns. First, Miss Kim's turn, then your turn.
Working with the ed specialists, we've realized that pushing into the class and helping them focus and just sit to learn would have been the best thing for them. So we do reflex integration exercises, which helps them focus and attend when they're at their desk for a longer period of time. They started off at the year not being able to do any of it, and now most of them are pretty independent with their exercises.
Stephen is a 6th grade student here at Canyon Hill School who is deaf and blind. Stephen has improved in 3 different areas: his receptive communication, his expressive communication, and his mobility. His expressive and receptive language is based on a communication system for individuals that are deaf and blind, which include objects, tangible symbols, texture symbols, and sign language. He's more able to understand and express himself. He has shown tremendous growth in his mobility. He started in a wheelchair and is now able to move about campus with minimal support and trailing with his hand along his path. Overall, Stephen has worked hard to participate in the school environment as well as with adults and peers.
Right here are parallel lines. COTOT has really brought a lot more energy into my teaching here over the last 5 years. It's 6, and what's the angle measurement over there? Perfect. Are those equal? Yes. Done deal. Usually we have about 25–30% of the students have an IEP within the classroom. Over the next 48 minutes, I'm really proud of the teamwork that my co-teacher and I have done, because I really feel like we have like a magic trick that goes on in here. These students who have an IEP by this age know they have special education, but what COTOT does for about 48 minutes is make that disappear.
Jessica, she and I were working on a little bit on cane skills, just a review of constant contact cane technique. We were also working on street crossings in a business district. Visually she's crossing, but she's also auditorily, using the traffic sounds. She's using the pedestrian walk signal. As she's graduating, moving into college, and going to be independent, these are skills that we're working on and preparing her for independent life in her future.
This is Inclusion PE at Canyon High. Basically, the biggest, most important thing for us is to get these kids moving with their typical friends. The biggest benefits that our kids acquire here are independent skills, teamwork skills, and also a lot of sportsmanship skills.
I run the Workability Grant here at Orange Unified School District. The grant is money that we receive from the state of California for students who are in the special education program. It provides them opportunities to have above and beyond vocational and pre-vocational skills.
What we do at Adult Transition is basically what the word says, transition. They're transitioning out of high school into us, and we're just a small stop on the way to the next step, which is adulthood. We help them all year long with the soft skills as well as the hard skills that go along with doing an interview. The things that they work on is posture, eye contact,
being prepared both physically, emotionally, and having the correct clothes. And then the day of the interview, they dress up in their Sunday best. We rode the OCTA to San Diego Canyon College, where Heather had set up for the professional interview setting. And while they were interviewed, we videotaped them for evaluation purposes.
What do you think it takes to be successful in this position?
What I think it takes to be successful in this position is being a good worker, a good listener, and a helper. Thank you for interviewing me.
The feedback that I get from the students that have already graduated is that this was a very valuable experience, and they were able to fall back on their past experience and both the positives and the negatives that went with it. They knew how to deal with the anxiety, but they were confident that they could succeed.
I want school to be a happy place to be, a place where they feel secure and loved and that they can be successful.
I love teaching students with disabilities because if you get to know these students, they bring so much joy to your life.
Seeing their eyes light up when you teach them something new or when they realize a skill that they didn't think they could do that they actually have is the best part of my job. It's what keeps me coming back every day and just wanting more.
This job has many different facets, but all of them come down to one thing, and it's the success and independence of the students.
As a parent myself, I really think it's very important to be able to give your child that strong foundation. The ability we have in our TK classrooms to give children an opportunity to grow in so many different ways.
You have to do TK. They're ready to learn. They have self-control. They have friendship skills. They have those this certain level of independence that they feel confident. They're ready to come to school.
What we're doing is we're showing them that this is a safe place, that they can be themselves. We meet them where they're at. We're setting them up for success to go into kindergarten and all their years beyond.
Not only do I see it help them to prep for kindergarten, I just think it's good for them to, learn their social skills and start integrating themselves and learn how to be in a big classroom with a teacher.
I really think that it's so important to put them in this because they have access to the framework that they're going to get in elementary school. They understand a little bit more of what is expected of them in the routine. So they get that with TK with a lot more guidance, love, play. They're definitely more confident when going into kindergarten.
Here at Yorba, we take pride in our community. We strive to ensure that all students are scholars, leaders, and champions.
We teach and lead with love. We are Yorba, we are family.
The teachers here care. They care for the students, and you'll see that our rooms are open at lunch. The kids know that they can come and ask for help, and we're there for them.
They know that they have a place here to come and hang out and create and be who they are. What we're doing here, I think, is super special.
The kids are sweet, the parents are nice, the staff and the teachers have been engaging. I couldn't ask for anybody better to teach the kids. It's the only junior high in Orange Unified School District that has a dual immersion program in Spanish.
Que tienen definitivamente pues una gran ventaja a otras escuelas de que tengan aquí a los maestros que hablen dos idiomas, inglés y español.
Muy buena escuela, la recomiendo porque es excelente los maestros, el personal, se siente uno como en casa, tanto los niños como nosotros los padres.
Their staff really makes a difference. The effort they put into it, the love that they have for what they do, it shows in their kids, it shows in the community they're building here.
One thing I love about Yorba is the teachers that make sure the whole class gets it. If you don't understand a thing, they really come over and help you to really make sure you get it. They won't move on until you get it.
They really care about you here. Teachers here, they care about your experience and how you learn, and they'll give you different ways to learn your subject.
Marine Corps Junior ROTC is a leadership and character development program designed to equip our cadets, as we call our students, with life skills they can use to be successful regardless of what they choose to do in the future. They also have higher GPAs, lower absentee rates, lower incidence of disciplinary problems, and more likely to pursue higher education after high school.
We do a daily schedule of exercises. We do physical fitness, such as running, push-ups, and then any other calisthenics, flutter kicks, jumping jacks.
This whole program has shaped me to be someone who can be proud of who they are, someone who can show and stand their ground. I thank this program for teaching me lots of things.
Pues el programa me cambió todo eso. De alguna manera me hizo esforzar un poco más, hizo sacar lo mejor de mí, mis estudios, mejoré demasiado en la escuela. De una manera u otra también este programa está marcando mucho mi futuro.
They encourage us a lot to go into college, to do university, to do whatever that we're passionate about, but just to have an education.
Everything is a team effort. You have to learn how to be selfless, how to help others, how to push the people in front of you. I believe that being a leader is teaching others how to become leaders of their own.
I see the results every day when I talk to the cadets about their experiences here, the life-changing experiences that they have, the confidence it develops, the discipline it develops, the self-reliance.
Without JRC, I wouldn't know the options. JRC offers a lot of options. They could still guide you to scholarships, but they could even help you with the enlistment. I got to meet good recruiters and they're sending me in the right path.
Orange High School has one of the largest Marine Corps ROTC units in the Western United States. And I must say, these cadets are the leaders of tomorrow.
Community schools transform the way we serve students by serving the whole family. Our community schools thrive because of 4 essential pillars: caring for student needs, enriching their learning, welcoming families as partners, and leading with shared purpose.
We know that when we wrap our arms around our community, provide resources, connect, and show stability, we see immediate results in our students. They show up ready to learn, confident, and feel supported.
Since becoming a community school, parents, including myself, have been given an opportunity to become leaders on campus. After a 10-year absence, with the support of community schools, we've been able to reestablish our PTA, giving parents the opportunity to make a difference in their child's education.
Community Action Partnership of Orange County is grateful for collaborating with the Orange Unified Community Schools, which allows us to meet families where they're at and offer the resources and services they need when they need them, empowering families to thrive. We're building stronger families together.
As community school leads, we create experiences that inspire joy, curiosity, culture, and pride. Learning happens beyond the bell. It opens doors for endless possibilities.
Our families are our partners. Their leadership, culture, and voice create strong schools. Every workshop, every celebration, and every connection builds strong community.
I think that's part of what community schools is about, helping each other, helping our community.
Excited to finally host our inaugural Disney musical, Finding Nemo. Our teachers, our staff, our cast have been hard at work since October, and we are so proud and so excited to finally see the finished product tonight.
I'm
am so excited here to start our very first day at Disney Musicals. We have all of our kids excited to perform, all of our parents ready to enjoy the performance, and it's just going to be an exciting day full of magic and dreams.
And a very special thank you to Mrs. Tara Roberts, who, by the way, is also our OUSD Teacher of the Year. She truly, truly has been the heart of this entire project and has dedicated so many hours to the production. We are so blessed to have her as part of our staff here at Lamson.
I'm very happy to be leading this program, and my teachers that are helping me are just a true blessing.
For you? You like that one? Better?
Mr. Memo is so lovely, so friendly, and he just always goes out of his way to make my life easier and to be so helpful. A gentleman and a hard worker, so lucky to work with him.
He always does everything with a smile. He's wonderful, and the kids love him, the staff loves him, and, you know, we really appreciate all his hard work.
I've known Mr. Memo for a number of years, and he is a joy to have all the time.
I would like to invite the fantastic Mr. Memo back up here with me.
You have been selected as the Employee of the Year for Custodial and Maintenance.
What makes him special is like there's only one of him, and he's just the best.
Mr. Memo helps me with Spanish lessons and also helps the house be clean. Mr. Memo is funny, kind, and very respectful. He's kind and he's everyone's friend, and he loves everybody.
Thank you so much for this surprise. A big surprise for me is you guys give it to me. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you for Orange Unified. I don't have any words to say it, but thank you very much.
Today, we had the pleasure and honor of inviting State Superintendent Tony Thurman to our school. We welcome him and prepare for him to come because we are so proud of all of the things that we have to offer here at Jordan.
I've been coming to Jordan Academy for 6 years for Read Across America Day, and we are so proud of you.
We had a wonderful assembly for him, and you got to speak to all of our students. He read our students a story. Having Tony Thurman was wonderful. It was so impactful, so meaningful. His words to our students really were inspiring, and it's just wonderful to have state leadership come out to our schools and encourage us in what we're doing every day here at Jordan.
Now remember, when you become famous, I'm gonna want your autograph, okay? Don't forget me, okay?
Great job, great job, great job.
And up like this.
Oh, wow.
We're doing push.
The first to go and the last, you matter.
Welcome to Chapman Hills Elementary, where community, creativity, and collaboration come to life. With passionate teachers, a dedicated support staff, and an incredible PTA, every child is seen, supported, and celebrated.
We chose the school because of the community feel. The teachers are absolutely outstanding. The leadership here is fantastic. And so it has a very strong kind of community, and we really gravitated towards that for our daughter.
Communication can be an issue for a lot of schools, and I think that's one thing that Chapman Hills really excels at is the constant communication you have with your teachers, with the staff. There's a genuine care for every student here, and they want to make sure that your child succeeds in every possible way.
When I come to school, I feel very excited because my teacher gives us a bunch of opportunities to learn different things. The teachers here give us everything we need to succeed, and they're really nice and encouraging.
Yeah, up close, quail.
I think the world of this school. As a mental health clinician myself, I really care about my son's confidence levels, his safety, if he's feeling supported and cared for, and I really feel that at Chapman Hills. I feel that with the teachers, the administration, the fellow parents. It's just such a wonderful community here.
Everybody here has such a great and unique bond with everybody. The parents, the kids, the staff, everybody really works together to make Chapman Hills the amazing school that it is.
This school is very special because its location, its small schoolhouse feel in a beautiful neighborhood against the back hills of the canyon, and it's just a wonderful place. It is, it's just beautiful.
Chapman Hills Elementary, we're more than a school, we're a community.
Fletcher is a great, loving family. It is the diverse student population here makes us very special and unique.
Fletcher is amazing regardless if you're choosing the Mandarin immersion program or the English only. They're getting exposed to different diverse cultures and learning a lot of empathy and respect.
Not only do you get the dual immersion, but you can combine that with GATE. Take the things they're learning in GATE and not only apply it in English, but also apply it in Mandarin.
We work really well with the Mandarin teachers. We're not separated, we're all collectively together. If you go into the Mandarin class, you'll see different because you see the Mandarin. But if you walk into my classrooms, you're gonna see the same things that are happening, same writing, same things on the wall, same activities. They share stuff with us, we share stuff with them.
Our children are recognized for the great things that they do and the milestones that they've reached. Although my children are not in the Mandarin immersion program, I think it's really important that we embrace all that that has to offer. It's a part of our entire community.
Fletcher has provided so many resources for not only the children, but for the parents. When my children have some difficulty with their homework or assignment, there's always a teacher of some sort to help.
It's such a positive environment. The parents are great, the teachers are amazing and caring and into what they do. You really couldn't hope for a better situation.
We hope you felt the heart of our school, where every student belongs, every voice matters, and every day is an opportunity to thrive. We are honored to be part of your child's journey, and we can't wait to grow and learn together.
Here in Early Learning at Orange Unified, we are proud to provide our youngest learners a strong foundation. That's why I love our preschool program. It gives our students that love for learning and allows them to start developing their social-emotional skills.
They're interacting with other kids. They're not at home where it's like some of them don't have siblings. So they come to school to learn how to share and learn how to problem solve. It's more about socially and emotionally, how to make friends, how to solve problems, critical thinking. As you can see, the classroom is set up where they can explore, they can learn and discover.
Our preschools are centered on play-based learning, so it's not like heavily structured in, assignments and worksheets, which is what they're gonna get, later on in life. And so we like to really foster our program into having fun with our children.
Our children spend so much of their childhood in school. It's so important for them to have built that foundation to prepare them for their long educational career that's coming. And that all starts here with preschool.
I think it's the best idea to get them introduced right away because it gives your child an opportunity to grow with everyone their own age.
It's nice for them to learn how to make those connections with other kids and starting to learn how to talk to other kids and approach them and say, do you want to play with me? And learn that sometimes they want to play, sometimes they don't.
As a parent and as a teacher, I love to see my child want to go to school and be happy and want to play with their friends. And to be able to give that gift to students at such a young age, you're not losing anything, but you're gaining so much more.
We are here to help you navigate the enrollment process and answer any questions you may have. Call us today to get your child started on their educational journey.
Good evening. I call the regular session of the April 16, 2026 Board of Education meeting to order at 7:08 p.m. We'd like to invite Palmyra Gate Magnet to lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance under the direction and the leadership of Christina Blederman.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Put your right hand over your heart.
Can we do that again? That was, can we start again? Everybody, please sit down. No. They're up. Okay, here we go.
Ready, begin.
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You're going to hold the mic. Okay, but I'm sorry. Thank you. Good evening, Board President, Dr. Menares, Trustees, and Executive Cabinet. Let me present to you Palmyra Gate Magnet's PAL leadership team to tell you a little bit about our amazing school. We have Tegan Glass, Livy Razon, Alani Randall, Colton Van Schindel, and Kinsley Knapp. Let them take it away.
Hello, and thank you for welcoming us tonight to represent Palmyra Gate Magnet. We are representatives from our PAL leadership group. 4th through 6th graders are invited to join to learn about leadership skills, confidence, and conflict mediation. We make the weekly announcements and help plan fun events for our school.
Palmyra is special because it is home to 2 special programs. We are the Title I Gate Magnet. We also have a unique program for students with autism called Success. We will be hosting our first Autism Awareness Week next week, April 20th. When we were asked to share what we loved about our school, we were quick to share about how welcome and safe we feel at our school. We love our colorful classrooms and knowing that our teachers are there to support us whether we just need some extra help or are a multilingual learner and acquiring skills in English. We love going on field trips, especially 6th grade camp.
We are fortunate to have partnered with YCO for our before and after school program. Things we love about YCO include the caring staff and the activities they offer like cheer, chess, and soccer. YCO also treats us to fun treats like visits with the Kona Ice Truck. YCO also plans family events like Angel Game Nights, fun ones, and gaming tournaments.
Palmyra teachers also run a variety of after-school clubs, including Newspaper Club, PAL Robotics, CSEM, Esports, and Tutoring. Each month, the Newspaper Club releases a new edition of the Palmyra Press that all students and staff enjoy. It includes school newses, interviews, and spotlights.
We would also like to invite you to join us on Wednesday, Wednesday, April 22nd for our Bubbles of Kindness to honor our students with autism.
Thank you again for welcoming us tonight.
Go Pintos!
Outstanding job, Palmyra. And now we will hear from our superintendent, Dr. Menares. reporting out on closed session decisions.
Thank you. So we have a few report outs. First, for 2A, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. In closed session, the board approved by unanimous vote the resignation of employee with case number 2026-01 by agreement from the position of Assistant Superintendent, Student Support and Community Engagement, effective April 16th, 2026. Second report out, 2B, Public Employee Appointment, Government Code Section 54957. The Board of Education is pleased to announce the following appointment: Mr. Jeff Morgan to the position of Executive Director of Student Learning Environments and Operation. The vote was unanimous, 7-0. Finally, 2E, Stipulated Expulsion Agreements and Waivers of Expulsion Hearings, 2 cases, Ed Code Section 48918 and 35146. In closed session, the board approved by unanimous vote to the expulsion of students in cases 26-27-01 and 26-2702. That is it for the closed session report outs.
Dr. Menares. I entertain a vote to adopt the agenda.
Motion.
Been moved by Trustee Thomas. Seconded by Trustee Yamasaki. Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And now we will move to Jacob Gonzalez, representing Orange High School, and our Orange High School Student Board representative will share about his wonderful school. Go Panthers.
Are you good? Ready to go? Yeah? Okay. First, I want to say thank you to everyone who helped out make this spotlight possible, especially Noah. I know you did a lot of editing, Noah, wherever you're at. And well, thank you, Noah. And then I also want to thank Ms. Kane for giving me the opportunity to represent Orange High School. When I first came to Orange High School as a freshman, everything felt intimidating and overwhelming. But very quickly, the staff of the community turned into a place where I felt supported and motivated to grow. It became more than just a school. It became a place where I actually wanted to show up every day. Orange High School stands for diversity, opportunity, and genuine care for one another, and I'm proud to represent that. It is truly an honor to represent our Orange High School board presentation.
Founded in 1903 and relocated to our current home in 1953, Orange High is a cornerstone of our larger Orange community. We are the only OHS school that serves students in 4 cities. Dating back to its roots, OHS has always been about making a positive impact. Today we live the Panther way, striving for service above self, and are always seeking to live a legacy of positivity.
Hi. My name is Jacob Gonzalez, and I am the proud representative of Orange High School, being the ASB ambassador. Orange High School is a place that truly supports both the students and the community. Our school is built upon the giving spirit, where teamwork and leadership opportunities help us make a positive impact while growing as individuals. With these experiences, Orange High School prepares students with the life skills and confidence needed for future success.
One shining example of our giving spirit is our nationally recognized Marine Corps JROTC program. They are constantly being of assistance. Literally over 2,500 hours of service to our school, other schools in our district, our local neighbors, and the greater Orange community. Cadets serve our sister schools wherever we can. They teach kids how to tie knots, do exercises, and to drill, aka how to march. Additionally, they talk to the students about ethics and values using the Marine Corps' core values of honor, courage, and commitment. Our color guard even provided a sword detail for Villa Park High School's French wedding. Out in the community, our cadets work in conjunction with the Santiago Creek Greenway Alliance to clean portions of the creek on the second Saturday of each month. They are often supported by Mayor Slater and the Orange Police Department. They remove several hundred pounds of trash and invasive plant species each time. It seems like they are always helping our local service organizations such as the Elks, the American Legion, and many others.
Each year, our Key Club members support numerous schools and community initiatives, including food distribution and packet assembly at St. Olaf. Key Club is one of our larger campus organizations because of its ongoing commitment to leadership, service, and meaningful community involvement. Our agriculture program, specifically our FFA, is a leadership and service organization dedicated to developing student leaders while giving back to the community. Through these events, Orange High FFA members strengthen their leadership skills while making a positive impact in our community.
Our ASB leads the charge in our annual penny drive. Don't let the name fool you. We are seeking much more than pennies. Over the last 30 years, this campus tradition has raised well over $500,000 for blood cancer research and to support those fighting against this menace. Each March, the student body comes together to focus on collecting donations from the staff, students, and community partners to send resources directly to the Blood Cancer United, formerly known as the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Through engaging in fun activities for the campus, including a fan-favorite event asking a teacher to kiss our FFA program's goat, Rebecca. Each year, we host an honored guest, a young person who is fighting or has won their fight with blood cancer. This year, 8-year-old Natalia, who fought at Chalk for over a year, inspired us speaking at our opening penny drive assembly. She and her family also led the march at our first annual OHS Light the Night event. This event was open to the entire community and took place on our recently renovated track. We are proud to report that we raised over $10,000 this year during our penny drive.
While we strive to be leaders in our community, we also lead athletically, with several sports in each season achieving postseason CIF play this year. We had 2 superstar teams rise to the top, girls basketball and wrestling. Basketball surpassed CIF and went several rounds into the state tournament for the first time in the history of OHS. As a side note, both of our boys and girls basketball teams make it a consistent practice to be of service. They set the bar high. Another team making news, wrestling, sent the most athletes to CIF in its team's history, and their star standout, Stephanie Caballero, earned the titles of CIF champion, Masters champion, state champion, All-American, and national finalist, and she is only a junior. Our Orange City Council recognized our young women's basketball and wrestling programs as inspirations and honored them during Women's History Month with a proclamation.
The Panther way is to leave a legacy of service, of kindness, of community, who will forever be looking to share our pride. Once a Panther, always a Panther. Yeah. Thank you.
Fantastic job. We're going to start off by taking a picture, so come on over here. Yeah. Thank you so much, Orange High School. Under the leadership of Cheryl Glass and also Activities Director Cammie Kenyon, always doing a fantastic job. Ms. Kenyon's always at our meetings as well to support not just Jacob, but representing for Orange High. Once Panther. That's right. Okay, we're so excited to have several proclamations this evening, so we'll begin with our School Library Month, April 2026, and I'm going to invite Trustee Martinez Goodlander and also the Mr. Coslet, and the team of LMTs and all the librarians. Please come on up so we can recognize you and your awesome duties that you partake in every day.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Yeah. Okay. It is a true pleasure to stand here tonight and recognize a group of professionals who serve as the heart of our school campuses. April 2026 marks the 41st annual School Library Month. This year's national theme is Find Your Joy. When we think of our libraries, we often think of a quiet study, but they are actually some of the most vibrant, joyful places in our district. They are spaces where a student finds one book that turns them into a lifelong reader, where a class can discover tools to solve complex research problems, and where technology meets imagination. Our libraries are inclusive, welcoming environments that promote equity and exploration, but these spaces only come to life because of people who are in them. To our certificated library media specialists and our classified library media technicians, thank you. You are more than curators of books. You are experts in media literacy, collaborators with our teachers, and mentors to our students. You help our students navigate a world of information with critical eyes and open minds. On behalf of the Board of Education, I am proud to present this proclamation declaring April 2026 as School Library Month in the Orange Unified School District. We encourage our entire community to visit our libraries, support our programs, and most importantly, find your joy in a great book this month. And to our library staff present tonight, thank you for everything that you do for our students. And Mr. Colsett, I'll present this to you in case you have any words that you may want to add.
Oh, but I wasn't expecting. I think, again, on behalf of all the librarians, thank you very much for this proclamation, and we really appreciate the opportunity to showcase what they do for the schools. So thank you very much. Oh, we're going to do the side again.
All right. April 19th through 25th is Public School Volunteer Week. I'd like to invite, okay, I got it right. I'd like to invite Trustee Yamasaki to the podium and the volunteers from the PTA, DLAC, and DAC to come to the podium, please.
Yes. Can I ask you guys to come to the podium?
All right. Tonight, I feel privileged. Can you hear me? Tonight, I feel privileged to bring forward a special recognition for Public School Volunteer Week, which takes place from April 19th through the 25th. This recognition falls during Public School Month, a tradition in California for over a century, and we are using this time to specifically honor the heartbeat of our schools, our volunteers. We often say it takes a village, and in Orange Unified, our village is truly spectacular. Our volunteers do everything from helping a child master a difficult math problem to ensuring our school events run smoothly. Whether it's a parent assisting in the classroom, a local business owner mentoring a high schooler, or our tireless PTA, PTSA, DLAC, and DAC members, these individuals bring their professional expertise and their hearts into our schools every single day. During this special week, we want to ensure every person who gives their time to our campuses know just how much we value them. You just don't fill a gap. You build a vital bridge between our classrooms and the broader community. We don't just appreciate your help, we rely on your partnership. To every OUSD volunteer, thank you for choosing our students. You make a world of difference. At this time, I'd like to invite our volunteers to come forward to accept this proclamation on behalf of the many dedicated volunteers who serve the Orange Unified School District. So Celisa Douglas is the OUC PTA president.
Thank you so much.
And we have our DAC and DLAC representatives here. Shall we go? Do you want to say a few words before we?
Sure.
Take our picture.
Okay, so I'm kind of losing my voice, so sorry about that. On behalf of Orange Unified Council of PTAs, I am truly honored to accept this recognition and celebrate the dedication of our incredible volunteers. This year alone, our council reported an amazing almost 40,000 volunteer hours. That represents thousands of moments where families, teachers, and community members showed up to support our students and schools. If we look at that time in terms of value, California's minimum wage of $16.50 per hour, our volunteers contributed over $600,000 in service. At the average Orange County hourly wage, around $25 per hour, that impact grows to more than $900,000. Nearly $1 million worth of time given freely, generously, and with heart. But what makes this even more meaningful is when this is happening. This October, we are proud to celebrate 100 years of PTA in Orange Unified. For a century, PTA has been powered by volunteers, people who believe in supporting every child and strengthening every school community. The hours we celebrate tonight are part of that legacy. I did also want to mention that this year we started a science fair program, and for all of the schools that are PTA schools, and then so that they can now participate not just at their schools, but then also bring it to us at our level. And so we will be participating with the SEC Science Night and having all of those boards displayed. So hopefully you will all be able to attend on April 24th to come celebrate all of those winners with us. So we are very proud that we have accomplished this together and are deeply grateful for the school board and the superintendent and everyone who's come to help us volunteer, as well as all the support that we've received from everybody. So thank you guys.
Okay, we're going to take a picture on that side. Yeah.
Thank you all very much. And now we have a board proclamation for School Bus Drivers Day, which is coming up. And Trustee Thomas is going to present that. We'd like to have our Transportation Director, Celeste Russo, and her team come to the podium as well.
Good, how are you? I was excited, I guess. I know, right? Good evening. Tonight it is my distinct honor to bring forward the proclamation for School Bus Drivers Day in Orange Unified. Orange Unified is where I began my school transportation career 30 years ago. How is that possible? Which makes it even more special for me. While we officially recognize the fourth Tuesday of April as a state tradition for us, this is about much more than a date on the calendar. It's about the people who are
the very first district ambassadors our students see when they step out of their front doors in the morning, and the last friendly faces to wish them a good evening. Our drivers do so much more than navigate traffic. They are highly trained professionals who manage safety, student behavior, and thousands of accident-free miles with incredible patience and grace. They ensure our students arrive at school ready to learn and get back home safely to their families. To our drivers, you are a vital thread in the fabric of this community, and we are so grateful for the heart you put into your work every single mile. At this time, I'd like to invite our Director of Transportation, Ms. Celeste Rousseau, to come forward and say a few words, which she's right here. Congratulations. Thank you.
Good evening. On behalf of the Transportation Department, I want to sincerely thank you for taking this time to recognize our team in honor of National School Bus Driver Appreciation Day. This acknowledgement truly means a great deal to all of us. School bus drivers are often seen simply as drivers, but they are so much more. They are the first smiling face many of our students see in the morning and the last one they see in the afternoon. They are protectors, mentors, and trusted adults who ensure our students arrive safely to and from school each day. They manage not only the road, but also the responsibility of caring for our most precious cargo, our students. Their work requires patience, skill, compassion, and a deep commitment to safety. Whether navigating traffic, supporting students with diverse needs, or responding calmly in unexpected situations, our drivers show up every day with professionalism and heart. We would love to extend an invitation to all of you here, our Board of Trustees, as well as our cabinet members, to celebrate with us on Tuesday, April 28th from 9:30 to 12 at the Transportation Yard. We'll have hamburgers and hot dogs grilled to perfection by our amazing Nutritional Services Department, along with the La Michoacana food truck, and plenty of prizes and awards to recognize our outstanding staff. Thank you again for your continued support of our transportation team and for helping us honor the incredible individuals who keep our students safe every single day. Thank you.
Can I get two of you guys over there on that side? Okay. Ready, 1, 2, scoot a little bit more. Ready, 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. Thank you.
And now we have our final board presentation for lunch, School Lunch Hero of the Day. That'll be presented by Trustee Pelley, and we ask for the Director of Nutrition Services, Ms. Sanchez, and her team to please come to the podium to receive your recognition.
Hi, guys. Thank you. What a great night of celebrations. So tonight, we have the distinct pleasure of recognizing a group of individuals who are among the first smiling faces students see each morning and the steady hands that keep them fueled throughout the day. School Lunch Hero Day is a national observance held every year on the first Friday in May. It's a day to celebrate the dedication of our nutrition services team, the professionals who manage kitchens, navigate complex nutritional standards, and ensure that every child in Orange Unified has access to healthy, high-quality meals. Our school lunch heroes do so much more than prepare food. They create a welcoming environment where students feel nurtured and ready to learn. By promoting healthy eating habits, they're building the foundation for our students' lifelong success and well-being. On behalf of the Board of Education, I'm proud to read this proclamation declaring May 1st, 2026 as School Lunch Hero Day in OUSD. We encourage our entire community, students, parents, and staff to please take a moment this Friday Friday, it's not this Friday yet. Oh, I was nervous there for a minute. This next Friday to say thank you to the heroes in our cafeterias. And just a quick moment of personal privilege. My husband is the youngest of 6 kids. He grew up in Washington. Their mom died when he was 3.5. He still tells a story about how he got to be the lunch lady helper for a couple years in elementary school. In addition to taking the money, the lunch lady let him collect all the buffalo nickels and the cool coins. She'd say, you know, he had to add it up, how much it was. He'd take it home. Dad would reimburse him, right? He got a free lunch for doing this. It wasn't until literally just a couple years ago that he said, yeah, you know, my brother was also the lunch kid. Oh, you know what? My other brother was, and he realized it's because they were the kids with no mom. But they were made to feel super special, and he just felt like, I just got picked to do this, you know, look how cool I am. But those are the kind of things that happen every day in every school all the time that we don't hear about. So you guys truly are lunch heroes, and you're kind of those unsung heroes, but we're singing about you tonight. So thank you, and I'd like to have our Director of Nutrition Services, Ms. Sanchez, please say a few words. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for honoring the Department of Nutrition Services and all of our school lunch heroes. Our team of 120 employees serves over 15,000 meals every single day to our kiddos. So
amazing.
just like transportation sees them first thing in the morning, we also see them first thing in the morning many times. And we are really one of those favorite parts of their day. And so that customer service we give to them, that connection we provide them, to have that nourishing meal is really means the world to all of us. Our department has had many staffing shortages over the last few years, and our team has been absolutely amazing, picking up extra hours and taking on that challenge, preparing more freshly prepared recipes, and they're doing a great job. So I am so very proud of every single one of them. So thank you so much for honoring us. Appreciate it.
That's one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Thank you. Bring my chair all the way over here. All right. As we call up our CSEA representative for their report, I just want to say how touching it was to have Trustee Pelly share that story about her husband growing up. That was awesome. So, Mr. Elumbia? Okay, my man.
Good evening, Superintendent, President, Cabinet, and board members. I'm just going to keep this short and simple. First, regarding negotiations, we appreciate the continued work and collaboration that goes into this process. We remain hopeful and encouraged as discussions move forward, and we look forward to outcomes that continue to support employees and strengthen our district as a whole. I also want to take a moment to recognize our bus drivers. Every day, they are responsible not just for transportation, but for the safety and well-being of students. They manage tight schedules, changing conditions, and significant responsibility, often without the recognition that matches the level of accountability they carry. Their work is essential, and it deserves to be acknowledged as such. And lastly, I want to highlight something positive about what we do as a chapter. Beyond our daily responsibilities, we actively support students in meaningful ways, including providing scholarships opportunities for graduating seniors. This is something we take pride in, being able to give back and invest in the future of students we serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Villa. Now our OUEA report from President Barone.
Really?
Okay. Good evening, Board President Glass, Trustees, Superintendent Menarez, and Community. I'm Karen Barone, President of the Orange Unified Education Association. Before I begin, I'd like to take a second to ask those in attendance, our school counselors, psychologists, and nurses present in the room tonight to please stand. These professionals are the heartbeat of student support in OUSD. I'm here tonight because the district is currently jeopardizing their ability to serve our students by pushing the CYBHI billing mandate onto their already overflowing plates with zero regard for the reality of their workday. To be clear, OUEA understands the importance of the CYBHI revenue stream, as do all of them. We recognize that billing insurance can bring vital funds into our district. We're not against the revenue. We're not against a rollout that treats our mental health, and we are, against a rollout that treats our mental health and health professionals like data entry clerks, because they are not. However, if the district is committed to this new revenue stream, then it must also be committed to transparency and collaboration in how those funds are utilized. OUEA is calling for the immediate formation of a CYBHI oversight committee. This committee should be composed of the very professionals standing behind me, our counselors, nurses, and psychologists. They are the ones doing the work to generate this income, and they are the experts who know exactly where these funds can best support our students' mental and physical health. The revenue generated on the backs of our members should not disappear into the general fund. It must be reinvested back into student services under the guidance of those who provide them. Look at the people standing behind me. On any given day, these members are already planning, organizing, and running 504 IEP, SST meetings, writing intensive IEP reports, conducting complex student assessments, serving as the designated admin in charge when principals are off campus, leading and implementing critical school-wide initiatives, handling student health and social emotional crises, PBIS implementation, push-in lessons for classrooms, conducting academic counseling, meeting with students and parents. The list can go on and on. These aren't extra tasks. They are the essential functions that keep our schools running and our students safe, and these are just a few of the things they do. There was no committee formed to make this efficient. There was no pilot program. Instead, our members have been met with technical difficulties with the program and limited training. When we asked what would be taken off their plates to make room for this billing, the answer was, because it won't take that long. The district may claim that this only takes a few minutes, but let's look at the math. Even by very conservative estimates, if it takes 3 minutes to bill for 3 students a day, that's 45 minutes of lost professional time every week. That's 3 full hours of direct student support that vanishes every single month for every single provider. These 3 hours don't include the paper tracking they'll need to do to keep up with students they saw and counseled throughout the day. That's time taken away from their essential duties. For those larger caseloads or technical hurdles, the number easily doubles or triples. This is the time being stolen directly from 504 prep, crisis intervention, and the vital student assessments these professionals are mandated to complete. We are effectively trading 3 hours of, let's say, a psychologist's expertise for 3 hours of data entry. And my numbers of 3 students per day is extremely conservative. We all know that student mental health needs have increased significantly over the last couple of years, and we will most likely continue to increase, which means more time spent billing than working with our students. By forcing a nurse or a psychologist or a counselor to prioritize a billing portal over a student in crisis, we're making a very dangerous choice. You cannot add a medical billing department to someone's job description, and expect student services to remain at the same level. Looking forward, OUEA is encouraged, though, that we have secured dates to begin a formal dialogue and bargaining with district leadership regarding the implementation of CYBHI. Our goal is to move forward in a spirit of partnership to ensure this new program is successful for the district without compromising the vital services our members provide. Tomorrow marks the deadline for the district to provide the information we've requested, which will be essential in helping us understand the true impact on staff time. We are ready to work collaboratively to find solutions to ensure our counselors, nurses, and psychologists can continue to prioritize the students standing behind me. We believe that by working together and respecting the professional limits of our staff, we can make this initiative work for everyone in OUSD. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll turn now to our superintendent for her report.
Thank you, Dr. Glass. It snuck up on me. So busy, excited about all the different things going on this evening. So good evening, everybody. I'd like to start by highlighting the various student celebrations and competitions that I've had the pleasure to witness in the last month. Thank you to El Medina High School for hosting the C-STEM competition last week. What a joy to witness our youth working in teams, problem solving, and highly engaged in complex thinking as they applied mathematical skills, engineering concepts, and perseverance in the pursuit of winning. Emotions were high and it was very inspiring. And a huge shout out to the educators and support staff who made it all happen. Additionally, I'd like to start that slideshow. Our art scholars at Kenyon High School have been exceptionally active this spring, participating in high-level collaborations, juried exhibitions, and community-focused festivals. The Art 1 class, the artists there, partnered with a kindergarten class from Imperial Elementary to create Dreamcatcher-inspired sculptures that combined high school students' goals and aspirations with imaginative animal drawings from our youngest scholars. You can see the talent, creativity, and pure joy in these pictures. In addition, children from Kenyon High School, Cameron Jones, Kaylin Rivas, Kayla Conley, Faith Dean, and Sebastian Reyes were selected to have their artwork featured in the Shine On exhibition at Main Place Mall in Santa Ana on April 25th, with the exhibition running through May 6th. And this is part of the Orange County Arts and Disability Festival. The event will be emceed by Danny Bowman, an award-winning producer and animator featured on the Netflix series, Love on the Spectrum. Additionally, Kenyon High School students Brooks Devereaux, Sophie Guerrero, Andre Gomez, too much English and Spanish in my head right now, Lindsay Tran, Taylor Weiner, Sarah Kong, my goodness, a lot of names, Phoebe Mao, Tran Bo, I'm butchering these all, Tai Fan, Catherine Nguyen, and Riley White were chosen from hundreds of entries across Orange County to participate in the OC Arts for All Student Art Showcase at the Crystal Court at South Coast Plaza in Costa Mesa, on display through June 3rd. These recognitions highlight the creativity, talent, and artistic growth of Kenyon High students. And I want to thank the educator, Miss Fagan Rose. She keeps sending me emails and showing me everything that's going on. Thank you for sharing the brilliance of our youth and for all you do to inspire and cultivate them. Last but not least, last night was the Avid Senior Standout at UC Irvine, my alma mater, as well as Trustee Erickson's. Avid stands for Advancement via Individual Determination. And OUSD is a leader in the county for how we integrate Avid across our district. Avid is designed to motivate the academic middle that deserve access to what we call the hidden curriculum needed for college success. Avid bridges this gap by embedding strategies into every classroom, shifting our district from a culture of some can to all will. And it's not just a program, it is a system to ensure every child is college ready, regardless of life circumstances. In fact, recently our Avid liaison shared with me that we are the only district in Orange County that has Avid programming kindergarten through 12th grade. I want to thank our governing board for making every child a priority and supporting a program that brings this value to action. And congratulations to our Avid senior standouts. Finally, In honor of School Lunch Hero Day, May 1st, I would like to highlight the dedication of some of our unsung heroes. Bus drivers, you're our unsung heroes as well, but right now I'm going to highlight our Nutrition Services Department. As shared, the department serves 3 million meals annually. 3 million meals annually. Since 2020, the team of 120 dedicated employees has provided free breakfast and lunch to all students daily. In 2023, we expanded this support by launching an after-school supper program for students in the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, better known as ELOP. Over the past 2 years, Director Sanchez has strategically managed a budget of $2.65 million in kitchen infrastructure and training funds to modernize our facilities. To date, these facilities have replaced the district's fleet of 5 refrigerator delivery trucks, and we are excited to announce that the remaining funds are being used for cafeteria renovations at El Medina, Orange, and Villa Park High Schools. Additionally, Nutrition Services is funding kitchen upgrades at 9 elementary schools: California, Cambridge, Esplanade, Fletcher, Handy, Prospect, Serrano, Taft, and West Orange. Looking ahead, the department is focused on elevating food quality and safety. This summer, they will be soliciting proposals for a monthly third-party food safety inspections. These inspections will ensure top-tier sanitation while providing staff with vital ongoing food safety education. Furthermore, OUSD is pursuing Eat Real certification. This initiative will enhance our menu and our meals by reducing sugar, increasing variety, and prioritizing minimal processed and locally sourced sustainable ingredients. Currently, there's only one other district in Orange County that is doing this. OUSD looks forward to joining this short list of local leaders on the path to receive this distinction. We know food is always a topic of conversation, isn't it, with our youth, and we will continue to innovate, engage, and rise to the challenge. Y un sumario para mis familias quien hablan español. Ahorita hay varias celebraciones de nuestros estudiantes, incluyendo nuestro programa de robots, donde los niños aplican habilidades de matemáticas, ingeniería y perseverancia. También en el área de arte, los estudiantes de la secundaria están trabajando con los de primaria. Fue un proyecto donde los disfrutan y aplican sus talentos y creatividad. Y ayer celebramos a nuestros estudiantes quienes participaron en el programa de AVID, un programa que enfoque en los estudiantes quienes van a ser la primera persona de atender la universidad, la primera de la familia. Este programa es algo espectáculo y gracias a la mesa directiva por su apoyo. Finalmente, quiero decir gracias a los empleados que trabajan en nuestras cocinas y sirven comida a nuestros niños. Estamos mejorando la variedad de comida y buscando oportunidades de transformar nuestro menú para el futuro. Gracias por su apoyo. Thank you for your continued partnership. That is it.
So I'll give a brief President's report. Just want to say good evening to everyone. And I'd like to begin by reiterating that we wanted to recognize once again Stephanie Caballero, who recently traveled to Virginia to compete in the National Wrestling Finals, and she earned second place. So I think that's a remarkable feat. And again, we have to say that this level of achievement reflects not only her individual discipline and resilience, but also the strength of the programs, coaches, and support systems we continue to build across Orange Unified. We are proud of you, Stephanie, and grateful for the example that you set for all of our students. Thank you so much for what you've done. Briefly, we're going to turn to our agenda, and I wanted to just frame this so that you understand the work that we do as board members. Across California, school districts are navigating a complex moment. We are seeing continued conversations around funding stability, enrollment trends, and how best to support students academically and socially. These conditions require local boards such as ours to remain focused, disciplined, and forward-thinking in our decision-making. You'll also see that's reflected as several items that we are considering this evening. Our ongoing review of Measure S reflects a strong commitment to fiscal stewardship. Our community here entrusts us with significant resources, and the progress made demonstrates careful oversight and responsible implementation. As that work continues toward completion, our responsibility evolves. We must begin to think strategically about how we sustain and build upon the investment in ways that continue to serve all students. You'll also notice items related to planning and site improvements. While some of these may appear routine, they represent important steps in ensuring that all of our facilities remain safe, accessible, and aligned with the needs of our students across all grade levels. Thoughtful planning today allows us to make better decisions for tomorrow. And as is often the case in governance, there are matters that require careful professional consideration behind the scenes. Our role is to approach each of these with integrity, always focused on the long-term health of our district and the students that we serve. So at its core, our work is about alignment, aligning our resources with student needs, aligning our decisions with community expectations, and ensuring that we are building a system that reflects both excellence and responsibility. So I am reminded of an African proverb that states, "A society grows great when elders build trees whose shade they know they'll never sit in." And similarly, a Chinese proverb teaches us that the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, and the second best time is now. That is the work of governance, to act with foresight, to steward our resources wisely, and to ensure that what we build today continues to benefit students well into the future. Thank you. Okay, we're going to shift over to our student representatives, and we'll begin with Canyon High School and Lorelei.
Good evening, President Glass, members of the board, Superintendent Morales. The month of March and the beginning of April were quite busy for our Comanches. Our new ASB leaders were elected at the end of March and are excited to start leading on campus. We can't wait to see what they have planned for next school year. Ambassador interviews have officially begun, led by our current and future ASB vice presidents. These ambassadors will help guide incoming freshmen next year, so good luck to everybody interviewing. We also want to congratulate our student athletes who participated in signing day, committing to continue their athletic and academic careers at George Fox University, Utah Valley University, University of Tennessee, and University of La Verne. We're so proud of you, Comanches. And we're starting to prepare and excited to go support the OUSD Olympiad Games May 1st at Fred Kelly. Online, there is a wish list, and all donations are appreciated. It was a busy week for Canyon Tennis. Varsity went 0-3 but competed hard. JV went 2-1 with the strong win over Foothill, and Frosh went undefeated at 2-0. Great job to all levels. Shout out to varsity MVP Ian Lin for winning all 9 of his sets. And baseball secured a big win against Korean Lutheran. Way to go, Comanches. For performing arts, Canyon Cafe was held last night, and it was a beautiful night featuring amazing performances from over 40 talented students, including our jazz choir. Also, don't miss Canyon Dance Company's May show, Purpose, happening April 29th, 30th, and May 1st at 7 p.m. in the NPR. Hope to see you there, and doors open at 6:30. Finally, prom tickets are officially on sale. This year's theme is Masquerade Ball, and it will be held May 9th at the Cerritos Center for Performing Arts, with all of our students excited and planning for the big day. Thank you.
We'll move to El Medina and Dylan.
Good evening, Good evening, President Erickson, members of the board, Superintendent Menares. El Medina High School has had many exciting events that we'd like to share revolving around spring break, including the end of the third quarter on April 9th. With one more quarter in our school year, seniors are preparing to start their new academic careers at colleges of all sorts, where we are glad to remember El Medina as the campus we chose to grow through and build a community around. First, reflecting on some recent events that have enriched our school community, earlier this month, on April 8th, the Mariachi Club hosted a vibrant mariachi concert that brought together students, family, and the community members for a delightful 2-hour performance. The same day, the Red Cross conducted a successful blood drive, showcasing our Vanguard's commitment to serve their community. Moving to upcoming events, our Visual and Performing Arts Department has several exciting performances lined up that showcases their vast skills. The Winter Guard team will be competing in their final competition on April 18th at Fountain Valley High School. The spring musical, The Little Mermaid, opens on April 22nd at 4:30 p.m. and continues through April 25th with shows at 6:30 p.m. Tickets are available for $10 pre-sale and $15 at the door. This show will be filled with festivities, vocal talent, and choreography. Wrapping up VAPA, the Instrumental Music Department will present Jazz Under the Stars on April 29th, featuring a performance from our very own jazz band. Looking ahead, the Jew Crew will hold their traditional Shabbat meeting next Friday to educate the campus on Jewish heritage. Next week, on April 22nd, Elmo Sustainability will host a table event on campus to promote composting and waste separation, in line with state law. In 2 weeks, we will have the NHS acceptance ceremony celebrating their newest members and their academic commitments. On May 1st, Mecha Club will host Mechalandia, which is a cultural school dance open to students from all high schools, featuring a DJ, food, and a photo booth. I went last year, and it is really, really fun. I'm also part of Mecha. Please show up if you can. And then continuing on, last Friday, we also held a spring sports assembly where we honored our seniors and dedicated athletes, where the sports teams put on jaw-dropping performances, competition-style games between the sports, and a list of commitments from all of our seniors participating in on-season sports. Swim won the dance competition, and they did really, really good. It was like amazing. Also, on May 1st, is when the Olympiad Games takes place, where students in special education go to Fred Kelly Stadium and participate in fun activities and prize winning. Online, there's a donation link as well as a wish list, so if possible, please consider donating as all donations are appreciated. To end off the year, with great anticipation, prom is just around the corner, and this year's theme is La La Land, taking place on May 30th at Hangar 21 in Fullerton. Make sure to look out for the ticket presale as it is happening in 2 weeks. In sports news, our track and field team is currently on a 4-time winning streak and is diligently preparing for the finals. We wish them the best of luck as they continue their pursuit of excellence. On April 23rd, don't miss the fun-filled lacrosse game from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m., where the game's theme is Beauty and the Beast. Many of our sports teams have celebrated their senior nights, with the most recent being the swim team senior night held yesterday. We'd like to wish all sports a successful season where their hard work, after-school commitment, and efforts will surely pay off. Lastly, class and ASB executive positions have been recently announced, where we would like to congratulate all of our future class and ASB leaders. Thank you for your time, and Almadina can't wait to update you all on future Vanguard. I don't know. Okay. Almadina can't wait to update you all on our Vanguards in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Jacob, representing Orange High School.
Good evening, Superintendent Monarez, President Glass, Board Trustees, and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to report on the happenings at Orange High School this evening. This past month has been especially busy and productive for our campus. One of the most notable accomplishments was the success of our penny drive. Over the course of 30 days, we hosted 28 events and proudly raised $10,000 in support of Blood and Cancer United Association. This effort highlighted the dedication, leadership, and strong sense of community among our students and staff. In athletics, our spring sports teams are currently wrapping up their season. Our student athletes have demonstrated strong committee of teamwork and sportsmanship, and we're proud to say they have represented Orange High School throughout their competitions. A standout achievement this season comes from our boys volleyball team, which holds an overall record of 18-9 and a perfect 11-0 record in league play. They have secured their league championship and are aiming to finish the season undefeated in league competition on senior night. This marks the program's first league championship since 1999, making it a truly historic accomplishment for our school. Additionally, students are actively participating in SBAC, LPAC testing. We are also preparing for upcoming AP exam season. This reflects their continued focus and academic growth and achievement as we approach the end of the school year. Additionally, our intermental program is finishing up competition season. Our students have worked incredibly hard and have demonstrated both talent and dedication through their performances. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go with Judith from Richland.
Good evening, President Glass, members of the board, and Superintendent Monares. Staff and students were excited to surprise our amazing security guard, Miss Maritza, with a surprise lunchtime celebration in recognition of her being named one of the OUSD Classified Employees of the Year. The event was made more meaningful with the presence of many district members as her family who joined in celebrating this well-deserved honor. Next week, we will begin state testing at Richland. All juniors will be participating in the state assessments. Throughout the week, we will hold student incentive drawings to encourage focused participation and celebrate effort. Meanwhile, students will be engaged in various college and career exploration field trips, providing valuable opportunities to plan for life after high school. We are beginning to prepare Workforce Readiness Week, where all 11th and 12th grade students will participate in learning for their workplace rights, including wage laws, safety, and employee protections, alignments with California Assembly Bill 800. Quarter 4 flag football season is underway with 5 games being hosted at Fred Kelly Stadium. We kicked off the season yesterday with our first game against Gilbert High School, and our full schedule is available on our website. You're all invited to attend any of our games. We appreciate your ongoing support for our sports program. Thank you.
Thank you. And Caitlin from Villa Park High School.
Good evening, President Glass, Superintendent Monares, and members of the board. Well, it's April, so things are getting crazy over at Villa Park. Things have to kick up before it all calms down, so let's get to it. At the end of last month, around the 13th and 14th, the Villa Park dance team had their final competition of the year at USA Nationals, taking home a couple more titles. A first place in the medium championship division for contemporary, as well as the JV contemporary category. That leads us to 4 national titles this season. This has been a milestone season for us. We have placed the varsity team has placed in 2 dances in high-level divisions. So we are on a new path for the Villa Park dance team. I would just like to take a moment to recognize our coaching staff, head coach Jennifer Howardson, our assistant coaches Jillian Depew, Jalen Vaughn, and Lauren Carter for their continued support and effort and ongoing love for their students. We held SBAC testing from March 16th through the week of the 26th. Thank You Custodian Day was on Friday, March 26th. We were so thankful for our work that our custodians do for our campus to keep everything so neat and tidy, and they don't get enough appreciation. So it was a very nice celebration. During lunch, we had one of our honor choirs performed. I believe it was Kindness Club presented them with small gifts, and everyone in ASB wrote notes, and it was also open for members of the student body to write notes as well, and it was a very nice afternoon. Over spring break, our Performing Arts Center sound and lighting update had taken place. As an avid member of the Performing Arts, I am very grateful to get some updates going in there. Our technology is, come to find out, very outdated, and we are very grateful for the work that we were able to do, but we are glad to put those pieces to rest. Our color guard has taken first place at their last few competitions, their last one taking place on the 4th of April. Our color guard coach has called it a three-peat. They've had a clean streak this season, and they are going to I don't know exactly what it's called, but it's kind of like their nationals this weekend. My dance team actually had an opportunity to watch them this morning, and their program has grown so much just in the time that I've been there. So huge shout out to our color guard team and their coach, Amber McBride. Our PFSO held our annual pancake breakfast last Saturday, our annual fundraising event for all programs on campus wanting to volunteer and participate. The same day, our cheer team hosted a stunt clinic for grades K through 8. About 50 students were in attendance. ASB elections were held last week. Congratulations to all of our winners. And appointed interviews are starting this week and will continue on to next week. So hopefully I'll know who next year's student board member will be soon. And the goal is to bring them to the next meeting. So hopefully I can introduce whoever they may be to you all and get them integrated into what we do here. So very exciting. This week is International Week. We've had several performances from groups on campus, such as Folklorico Club, Music Club, representing different language classes, our VSA as well. It's been a great celebration of our campus diversity. Next week is another Spirit Week. We're hosting our Clash of Classes that we have dubbed Greek Week. We're doing a Greek theme this year. Our spring musical is taking place April 23rd through the 25th, showcasing all of our new technology. The dance concert is April 29th through the 30th at 7 p.m. Both of those two events will be in our Performing Arts Center. I strongly encourage you all to attend both of those events. Incredible programs. Our dodgeball tournament will be from the 22nd through the 1st. Registration is currently open. Cheer tryouts will also be that same week. May begins AP testing. Good luck to all of our students currently hunkering down to study. Athletic Info Night is from at 6 p.m. on May 5th for all incoming athletes and parents. And towards the end of March, before our next meeting, we have Senior Awards and Signing Day on May 20th. And the day of our next board meeting, we have Decision Day on the 21st. And before I wrap up, I would just like to take a moment to recognize a member of our staff who has recently passed away. Miss Christy Wright. She was a member of our staff for a very long time, and I just want to recognize her for her many years of service and the impact she made on our campus. And it's been very amazing to see our school come together and recognize her love for her students and all that she did. So thank you very much for your time, and I hope you all have a great evening.
Thank you for all your presentations. Thank you for the reminder of the passing of our teacher, and we definitely send our condolences to the family. We'll move to approval of the minutes. We're going to approve them in totality, so it'll be March 12th and March 22nd. March 26th, rather. March 12th and 26th. Can I get a motion?
I'll move it.
Okay, properly moved by Trustee Pelley.
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Fain. Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 701. Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments on agenda items?
We do. We have a total of 8. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
We've got 1 for 7E, 1 for 7F, 3 for 8D, 2 for 12A, and 1 for 18.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you very much. And we will proceed now to action item number 7. So this is going to be 7A in particular. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to read this particular item. It's important to make this important information available to you. We come now to item 7A on the agenda. Prior to taking final action on employee agreement, the Brown Act requires the governing board to orally report a summary of the recommendation for the salary schedule, or compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits for the local agency executives. The Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services is a local agency executive. The proposed amendment to the employment contract for the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services is before us this evening. The contract will be extended through June 30, 2028 at range 170 of the option C. Step F, longevity step 3 on the leadership-based salary schedule, with insurance benefits provided at the same rates and the district contribution levels as other leadership employees. The assistant superintendent will also receive 24 vacation days and a yearly doctoral stipend. Having stated that, I don't believe I need to do anything else regarding that. Okay, so now we will, at this moment, we will entertain a motion to approve that specific item, item 7A, for the contract.
I'll move it.
Properly moved by trustee Erickson,
Second.
properly seconded by trustee Thomas. Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Welcome. We're moving to 7B, Resolution 172526. I'd like to call our CBO, Mr. Calderon, to the podium. Oh, you're going to do it there? Go do it there. No, do it there then. That's fine.
Mr. President, members of the board, thank you. This resolution before you creates a new fund for the organization. It's called Fund 20. This fund is specifically to handle all of our transactions that are related to our post-employment benefits plans. And so this has been handled under Fund 17. In the past, I proposed during the second interim report that we create the Fund 20 fund, which is under the standard accounting code requirements, a fund specifically for OPEB type transactions. So this first resolution is for the creation of that fund. And then the second resolution would be to transfer monies across funds related to the recommendations made in the second interim report.
Any questions, clarifications?
I just want to clarify, this is just basically paper, and this is a best practice that you're recommending based on your experience.
Correct, and there's no change in the payments or practices. It's just going to be handled in a separate fund. It segregates the funds and allows us to better track and better maintain control of those funds.
And better transparency.
More transparency.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Any other questions? All right. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve.
I'll move it.
Properly moved by trustee Erickson. Second?
Second.
Trustee Vane. Any other questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Would you like to stay there or come back?
I've got the next one, so I'll just stay.
That's what I was asking. Okay.
Thank
We're
you,
moving
Dr.
on to
Moss.
Resolution 182526, authorizing inter-fund transfers in accordance with the adopted second interim report. Mr. Calderon.
Mr. President, members of the board, this is the second resolution. As you will recall from during the presentation of the second interim, we were proposing that certain things needed to be handled under different funds. Fund 40, which is our reserve for capital improvements, that's where we should be holding all of our funds related to plans for future improvements of facilities. Fund 20, which I spoke about, and then the correct use of Fund 17, which is our reserve for non-capital projects. And so the one that we're going to use Fund 17 for, we've talked about creating a stabilization fund for our declining enrollment. That's a set aside, a reserve that will allow us to, and hopefully we won't continue to decline, but if we do continue to decline in enrollment, that we have a cushion that'll help us weather that without having to do any staff cuts.
Thank you, Mr. Calderon. Any questions for clarification? Entertaining a motion. Properly moved by trustee Thomas. Seconded by trustee Pelley. Any other questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Calderon.
Thank you.
Moving to 7D, proposed revisions to board policies and bylaws. We're moving this to our superintendent.
Thank you, President Glass. So board, this is the second read of 3 board policy revisions. Board Policy 0450, Comprehensive Safety Plan, and Board Policy 5145.2, Freedom of Speech and Expression. This is to update our policy and be in alignment with recent change at the state level. The Board Policy 3100 is to align policy based on recommendations from second interim. So staff is here if you have any questions, but this is the request to do the approval of these 3 policies.
Thank you, Superintendent Benares. Questions? Okay. Second reading, we'll be asking for a motion to take action.
I'll move it.
Moved by Trustee Erickson. Seconded by Trustee Yamasaki. Any other questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much. And we're moving down one more to Resource Optimization Coalition, Guiding Principles and Data Criterion. Just for clarification, we will have the presentation or at least the reference to it first, and then we will go to the public comment after. Okay, thank you. Dr. Benares.
Thank you, President Glass. So board, this is the next step that follows the study session that took place in March, where we had the Resource Optimization Coalition, myself, and 3 members who are parents in our community. As you recall, we reviewed how we got here and these guiding principles. Tonight, the ask of the board is to approve the guiding principles. We have them presented for you. In speaking with you, there was a question around the ranking, and are these really ranked? How can we say one is more important than the other? And went back to the numbers, and although they are ranked, there is no statistical significance between the 4 in the ranking. The Optimization Coalition really talked about all of these are important and they all need to be part of the work. So we're not saying that one is more important than the other. It's the difference is not statistically significant. So when you're thinking about voting for this, if I could just point out what are the key pieces of each one, just as a reminder and for our public, when we talk about the equitable to ensure the equitable access to academic excellence and educational programming. This is really the core of this is about quality of programming, choice for families, including access and extracurricular programming. So what we offer not just during the school day, but after school, which includes our athletics, our competitions, all the great things that make Orange a wonderful place to educate children. To maintain safe, modern facilities and optimize space utilization. So the safety part of this is both physical safety as well as psychological safety. Do our schools feel a place where you would want to send your child and that they're joyful and happy when they're there? Are they clean and are they meeting what would be expected of a 21st century learning environment? You can imagine that that very much is tied to the first one about equitable access. You already took action tonight in selecting and approving the hiring of a change in title, not a new position, but our executive director used to be facilities, and now we're taking a step in a different direction and saying facilities have to do with that space where children learn, staff teaches in, and making sure that those are in coherence and congruent with what we need in a learning environment, and not solely the brick and mortar. And so the individual that was selected is a very successful principal in our district, and he will be able to carry forward this idea of equitable access. He knows what academic excellence looks like and educational programming and how you align the brick and mortar to that and do that through the lens of an educator. So very little difference in the statistical significance there. When you go down to the fiscal stewardship and the community care, these are also very tightly linked, and we discussed this in the Optimization Coalition. Really, when you think about minimal disruption to families and staff, they also said, make sure that our decisions are not solely based off of the cost, but that we're doing this in a way where we're including people in decisions that impact them. And so keeping those things tightly linked was very important to the coalition as well. And so in your approval of this tonight, it does not mean that you're giving direction to staff to now go and find schools to close. What this means is that when and if we come to a time where we need to tighten up our resources because we just don't have as many children in our schools, and we need to do things differently, that we have some parameters about what we value as an organization, guided by your leadership as a board of trustees and your direction on how we would then bring potential names forward in the future. But you are not approving for us to move forward at this time for any school closures. Happy to answer any questions before you take a vote.
And I'll take any questions before we go to our public comment. Any questions from our board? Okay. Madam Clerk.
Okay, our comment is Robin Reichert.
Okay, when I attended the meeting on March 26th, there was a comment, and I'm sorry, I don't remember which one of you said it, but it really stuck with me. When we were talking about community reaction to these plans, someone said, let's not have our students and families focus on what they're losing, but instead focus on what they're getting that they did not have before. And that comment really stuck with me. And I went back to the presentation that you guys made, and I'm going to give your words back to you, and I urge you to consider the broader implication of actually achieving these goals. Building a destination district, resetting for the future, transforming the district, creating a competitive destination quality system. When you achieve these goals, you will in effect have created a brand new school district. It will not be OUSD as we see it now. It will be something brand new. And I ask you to consider the implications of that. How do you want to reintroduce this brand new OUSD to the community? What are your launch plans? So also in this presentation, I kind of penciled out when I kind of thought everything might be ready, and I settled on 2029, which is about 3 years from now. It seems like right now a very long time away, but it isn't. If you're planning to reintroduce to the community a school district of this size, you need to think about how you want to do that now. And it's not going to be enough to just have meetings at the individual campus locations. You need to introduce this new district to the community as a whole, to the city as a whole. So I'm asking you to just kind of, we're in the weeds right now, how we're going to get it done, poke our heads up, and think about how we want our public face to appear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'd now like to entertain a motion to adopt these guiding principles in the data criterion.
I'll move it.
Properly moved by Trustee Thomas. Seconded by Trustee Martinez Goodlander.
Just want to make one comment.
Okay,
And I
please.
just want to thank staff, the Resource Optimization Committee, everybody that spent so much time on this to create really these guiding principles for what we have been talking about. And I appreciate all the time. I know when Superintendent Manadas came in, you kind of pumped the brakes a little bit and really gave us and gave the Resource Optimization Coalition time to develop, and I appreciate that so much, and I appreciate the time that our citizens, parents, everybody has put into it. That's all. Just want to thank everyone.
Thank you. Any other comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. And moving to Assistant Superintendent Whitmer and Ms. Green, thank you very much. We're going to be discussing the math curriculum adoption 30-day review.
Thank you, Dr. Glass. Trustees, good evening. Superintendent Menares. Tonight, Ed Services will be presenting on the K-8 mathematics adoption, the curriculum adoption. We've been going through a process this year of reviewing curriculum, and our teachers have been putting in a lot of great hours working through the piloting of the curriculum and making some selections. Tonight's objectives are to provide you with a brief overview of the K-8 math adoption process and share results and feedback from teachers who have been involved in the pilot. Present elementary recommendation, which was determined recently, just in last week for K-6. Share middle school next steps, and then request approval to move forward with public review. At this time, I'll introduce Lisa Green, Executive Director of Curriculum and Instruction.
Good evening, President Glass, Board Trustees, Superintendent Menares, Cabinet, and the OUSD community. Tonight, I am here to provide an update on our K-8 mathematics curriculum adoption process. As a reminder, this has been a multi-year, inclusive, and teacher-driven process grounded in the 2023 California Mathematics Framework. Throughout the process, we have remained focused on selecting materials that promote academic rigor and engagement, support all learners, including English learners, students with disabilities, and advanced learners, and emphasize real-world problem-solving and reasoning. This slide highlights the overall timeline of the adoption process. We began with the preparation and study phases during the 24-25 school year, moved into piloting and decision-making this year, and are planning for full implementation in fall 2026. After an extensive review process of the state board adopted programs, and there were very many programs that were state board adopted this time, we narrowed the field to 2 programs to pilot: Curriculum Associates Classroom Mathematics California and Amplified Desmo Math. I do want to note that Curriculum Associates is also the company for iReady, which is the digital platform that we currently use for our ELA and Math K-8 diagnostic assessments and the iReady personalized learning pathway for ELA and Math. Both these programs, Classroom Mathematics California and Desmos Math, were highly rated and were piloted across all elementary schools and grade levels, as well as the middle schools. During the pilot, we collected feedback through weekly teacher surveys, PLC discussions, classroom implementation, and a rubric aligned to the California Mathematics Framework. Overall, both programs were very well received. Teachers identified strengths in each program, and the results were very close, really reflecting the quality of both options. You can see the Ed Report's rating here for Classroom Mathematics California. A little background. So Ed Reports is an independent nonprofit organization that reviews K-12 instructional materials. Reviews are done by educators. They provide free evidence-based reports to help districts choose high-quality curriculum. Their goal is to ensure materials are aligned to standards and truly support student learning. As you see in the chart on the right, Classroom Mathematics California received the highest possible rating. Not only all green, but all 100%, meaning it meets expectations in rigor, standards alignment, and usability across grade levels. So based on the pilot results, elementary schools' recommendations for Classroom Mathematics California were brought forward to our District Curriculum Council. The council reviewed pilot data, teacher feedback, and program materials, and is now recommending Classroom Mathematics California for K-6, so elementary adoption. So why Classroom Mathematics California, you might ask? Well, both programs are strong. Several consistent themes, though, did emerge in support of Classroom Mathematics California. It provides very strong differentiation, including for advanced learners. And for like the English learners, the differentiation that it gives, sometimes in a program you see that it has a part with differentiation for English learners for every lesson, but it's almost the same for every lesson. In Classroom Mathematics California, it really is very specific to the language demands of that lesson. It includes more rigorous and meaningful assessments aligned to smarter, balanced expectations. The pilot teachers really felt the assessments that went along with Classroom Mathematics was one of the selling features, that it provided a lot more actionable data than the assessments that came with the Amplified Decimal Math. And it has a unique multi-day lesson structure that allows students to develop deep understanding and mastery. So they develop kind of the understanding of the concept by looking at a problem, by trying to understand it themselves in different ways. And then that's one day, and then they explore the instruction and try to learn it for 2 to 3 days. And then there is a like refinement day, where then the teacher has that opportunity for the students that still need extra support to have differentiated small groups. The teacher also has the opportunity for those that just need more practice to solidify that concept, to get the more practice they need, and then enrichment for those students that they've got it, but they need to go a little deeper because that's their need. It really offers a clear, cohesive instructional design. And it provides very actionable data to better support student learning. For example, we can take a prerequisite report we get automatically, and the prerequisite report tells us what students have not mastered the prerequisite skills needed to be successful for that lesson, and then it gives you examples of things that you can do during the lesson that will help students obtain the mastery that they need of that lesson. Overall, it aligns well with our district priorities of conceptual understanding, procedural fluency, and application. Also, I mentioned before the connection to iReady. I want to clarify that Classroom Mathematics California is separate from the iReady personalized pathway that we think of when we think of iReady. So you know the self-paced lessons that students do on the computer in ELA and math. We don't need to have the iReady personalized pathway to fully utilize Classroom Mathematics California. We don't even have to have the iReady diagnostic assessment system, but because we do, it strengthens the Classroom Mathematics California program by connecting student assessment data directly to instruction. When I mentioned the prerequisite report, the diagnostics our kids already take will give the information that the teachers need to then know what students do not have those prerequisite skills. It helps teachers understand what students know, identify any gaps, and plan targeted instruction for whole class, small groups, or individual students. And this does ensure grade level content is accessible to all students while addressing unfinished learning. And then we have been piloting both programs at the middle school level. So at the middle school level, we have all the teachers at the school vote, and then the majority vote goes to the school's vote. So we had 2 schools that voted for Classroom Mathematics and 2 schools that voted for Amplified Decimal Math. So it resulted in a tie. And just so you know, our 2 charter schools are not included in this adoption process. They adopt materials separate from us and take them to their boards for approval. So to move forward thoughtfully, we decided to pause for a second on the middle school adoption process, and we're going to be convening all of our middle school teachers from those 4 middle schools, so Saravella, Portola, Yorba, McPherson, on April 22nd for a full day session. And during this session, the focus is going to be to review our evaluation tool where we identified our top priorities and identify what are the essential priorities in that, and then engage in a deeper review of both programs and then work towards a consensus recommendation for you, the board. So at this time, we are requesting board approval to move forward with a 30-day public review of Classroom Mathematics California for K-6 elementary schools. Following the public review period, we will return to the board on May 21st for final approval. And we do have samples in the back of the different programs. So in closing, this has been a really thorough and collaborative process led by our teachers and grounded in student needs. both programs demonstrated strong quality. They really did. But Classroom Mathematics California emerged as the program that best aligns with our instructional priority and will best support our students' needs. So we are confident in moving forward with this program for a public review. I also want to extend my sincere appreciation to all of our pilot teachers who worked so hard during this time, our curriculum council, our site leaders for their support, and definitely to our two math TOSAs for their work and their leadership on this process. So I want to say thank you, and then happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gree, for the presentation. I'm going to turn it to the board. Trustee Vane.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and also to all of the teachers who piloted these programs. How does the public access to review?
Okay, so there will be two ways that the public can access review. So I'm going to put together a school messenger that I will send out to all families and all elementary school families. And we will have two ways. So the publisher, Curriculum Associates, has given me a demo account that parents can access the student materials from. So I'll put that together and post that on the webpage, and that link will be included in the school messenger. There will also be, they can contact the curriculum office, and our staff will have a spreadsheet where if any family calls in and wants to view the materials in person, they can leave their information. We will call them back and schedule a time where they can come in person and view the materials with myself or with Jana Sines, our administrator. So those are both the ways that they can do it. So either from home digitally or in person with the print materials.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to add that my son's classroom was piloting the math materials, and as a parent, I found that the Classroom Mathematics California made more sense to me in terms of teaching them their math. So thanks again for that opportunity.
And thank you for that comment.
Anyone else have any? Trustee Pelley.
Thank you for the report, and I know what a tedious and extensive process this is, but I think we do a really good job of being very thorough and getting so much input from our teachers who are the experts. The fact that we've got the strong differentiation, I like what you said about the EL support being very specific, because we've seen it over and over where it's just the same stuff, and it doesn't seem to really apply to the lessons. You know, having the assessments mirroring Smarter Balance, that's great. My one question really, so the middle school, I know we haven't decided yet. I know sixth grade has always been that weird kind of area, and I'm glad to see this as a K-6. When we're looking at the middle schools, have we already, or will we include maybe some sixth grade teachers who are really experienced with Classroom Mathematics California, just to see what the continuity would be like between, you know, obviously having the same program was probably a benefit, but I'm just curious how we're going to be able to see, like, how would Amplify, if that's what they decided in middle school, how would the continuity between the two different programs? Because we've run into that before where it's like there's some gaps or, you know, there's just some things that aren't clear.
Yeah, so all pilot teachers piloted both programs. So our middle schools did have the experience in piloting the classroom mathematics and in piloting the Amplified Desmos math. And our math TOSAs led the work, so they will be a part of this meeting too. And our middle schools, so that's why we're involving all the teachers. We do actually have the sixth grade at McPherson. Yeah. So that will be part of that. They will be part of that process as well. We also have like our co-teachers part of the process too in reviewing at the middle school level. And then that is a conversation. So they do know that we're moving forward with asking for the 30-day review to open for classroom mathematics. So they are aware of that. So I'm sure that will be part of the conversation. But we will see.
Yeah, just curious. Thank you so much.
Trustee Goodlander Martinez. Martinez Goodlander, excuse me.
Thank you, Mrs. Green. I just have a question, maybe suggestion, similar to what Trustee Vane was sharing about the parent perspective of seeing mathematics. And so once this year it's been piloted and then it's going to be implemented in the fall. So I'm wondering if it would be beneficial to have some workshops or attend like the council PTA meetings and start sharing a lot of the information of what their students' math or how it's changing that academic year. And similar to the special ed department, they have a series of like seminars to support families with different things that are going on in their child's development. So maybe it would be beneficial to do that with curriculum, where it's like, here's all the changes or what's upcoming or how to support your child through what they're going to learn.
I think that's a great idea. And something that I didn't mention is for each lesson, they also have family letters, and they're in 10 different languages that can go home to parents so parents can understand what their students are learning and give the parents some ideas of how they can support as well.
Great.
But
Thank
that's
you.
a great idea. Thank you.
Any other questions? I just want to comment that I think it's a great situation to have it accessible via the digitally. I'll put it that way. That's new to me, because usually you have the series that are out someplace in the boardroom and you go and access it that way. But even to have someone to walk through with the parents to go through the material is also a benefit as well. So thank you for that. Madam Clerk?
We do have one comment, Mary Ann Ballesteros. She has a fan club with her.
Good evening, Dr. Menares. Good evening, President Glass. I'm a teacher who knows how hard they work on pilots. I think it's phenomenal. They did work hard. We had them come to our school and we talked about it. But I have had teachers come as a concern, as Mrs. Green mentioned. iReady, the digital platform, and this are separate. But there is a lot of concern with the digital program. In my personal and Title I school, iReady itself is not conducive to learning. My second language learners struggle every day. And we're struggling even to get to where we need to be in math. So I would hope that also they bring up the concerns that the teachers found on the pilot with both programs that are still not active or not ready yet. We're also concerned about all the lawsuits with iReady and the digital program. I know we're so concerned about data, but we're so concerned about data that the teaching stops, that we're teaching to a test, we're teaching to get everything done, and do they master it? So there's a large concern with that. Do I know that we all work really hard? You betcha. Do I know that your concern is for our students? I betcha. But I just want to see is what's the difference with you had a school that was a Title I school that voted for one and it only counted as one vote versus what was the continuous vote if it was so close and where was the vote going? So it's just a concern teachers were asking, oh, Marianne, you'll go talk. So I will. But I just want to make sure that we know and the parents know what's lacking, how hard is it to find the multi-language lesson? Because on Envision right now, I click one button, English and Spanish, flip over, I send it home with the vocabulary cards. I know you'll take that in consideration, but if you don't know the questions to ask about the programs, I think it needs to be presented. And then Sarah Pelly said something about a personal privilege. I'd like to ask that personal privilege right now because the gentleman that you hired to take the new position is our principal, Jeff Morgan. Our staff is devastated. My phone was blowing up. He is the administrator that has changed this school in years. The community, the embracing of our staff. We have the Aspire Academy. He created an environment where you had cliques kind of maybe, or you only have kids, we only talk to you, we only do this. He embraces this. If you haven't seen our social media that Mrs. Chavez does, the things that happen, we just got a principal who is handy, who made us feel like something. And I know what he can do. I've known him since he taught my cousins at Villa Park. I know the personality is, did you pick the winner? You sure did. But the Title I school that's struggling to find identity, that every other school is OUEA Gate, OUEA this, well, we're handy and we rock. And we're devastated. So I just want to let you know that if you have a hiring process, make sure you keep us involved, please, because he turned us around.
Thank you so much for those comments. Any other questions? All right. Go ahead.
Is there anything based on that comment that you think should be addressed right now? I mean, I know we're approving the 30-day review as opposed to the curriculum, but.
Mr. Morgan is awesome. I will agree to that. Any questions that you have about it, I can reply in a Friday letter if you would like.
Okay. All right, thank you.
But as part of the lawsuits, I do just want to say I-Ready does follow all of the data privacy laws that are required. And the company, my knowledge is that the company has also filed lawsuits against a lot of other instructional software. So.
Yeah.
So if I could speak on a broader scale, I think, as it relates to iReady or anything in our technology, because I think I heard a little bit of this, of the use of time, screen time, and students' classroom time being used on various technology programs, technology-based programs, those type of things. And I'm using a lot of OMS. And so screen time, the use of artificial intelligence and other technology, I have asked, and this is a concern or wondering, I think that's starting to bubble up, not just amongst educators, but also parents, especially parents of younger children, and the impact of this time in front of a screen for students, especially our elementary children. So Dr. Whitman and I have spoken, and starting next school year, there will be a task force. That'll be very broad, and it'll, we don't even know what to call it yet because there's so much to be discussed and looked at. But we will be looking at what is the best approach moving forward as it relates to the use of technology in the classroom, time in front of screens, and what that looks like at different levels. Our policies should not be one size fits all when you compare primary grades to upper grades to middle school to high school. That's a very different developmental stage. And so when we think about iReady and the use of it in the classroom, and then maybe or maybe not the connection to the math adoption, we're going to be looking at that and making some recommendations moving forward. And we'll do that with classroom educators, principals, and parents, and then, of course, engaging with students along the way. So it's a bigger idea and topic that needs to be discussed. I don't know if exactly that was what was being referenced, but I have heard that multiple times, and just watching the environment across the state and the nation as it relates to these conversations. We're actually in a really good place that we haven't gone too fast on any of the implementation as it relates to AI, and so we can do this together.
And I would like to add that I did meet with Curriculum Associates, and there was two things that I really wanted them to answer for me. And one was I wanted to make sure that but if we adopted this math program, we weren't tied to having to keep the personalized pathway forever for the time of the adoption. And that the program functions without that personalized pathway. Because when you're talking about the lessons and the times our students currently spend, it's the personalized pathway. I strongly believe you shouldn't have a classroom full of students sitting at a computer working on a personal pathway, for 30, 45 minutes at a time. I don't think that that's how it is. And I also asked Classroom Mathematics for them to show me all that you can do if you didn't do any of the digital part. So the students didn't do any of the digital part, I should say. The teachers still, the reporting is amazing. There are classroom center kits where students can do centers in the classroom where they play actual little more board games and things with math. There are manipulative kits. They're also really receptive. So our upper grade teachers didn't have the center activities. And they're like, we want the center activities. And so now that is something that is in development. So there are a lot that you can do without having the students on a device, that you can still do hands-on math manipulatives. And in the develop phase, which is the day one of their lesson sequences, there's a lot of use with manipulatives and things like that, so students can show their understanding of the conceptual math with actual hands-on manipulatives type things. There's also a lot of connections to real-world lessons, connections to California-specific things, which I thought was really neat too. So, just wanted to add that.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Could I ask just one other thing? I'm not sure how this works, but is there a point at which we will consider the adoption of iReady or not? And when is that?
So
Or the continued adoption, or
So the renewal will come up, and when the renewal comes up, it will come to board. So that's something we can discuss at that time, how you would like that to be presented.
but like, is that later this year? Or, I mean,
Yeah, that's more like a software subscription in a lot of ways. I don't know if we know the subscription expiration date at this time.
Christina does.
Three-year contract, and then so 26, 27 is the last year of 3 years.
okay, so there's an opportunity relatively soon to review that specifically. Thank you.
Other questions? Trustee Martinez Gulander.
Thank you. Your explanation of manipulatives raised another question that I had about the diversity in the language of problems that are presented to students. And so we know that like identity and self, their identity represented in the curriculum is impactful. So I'm wondering if you can share a little bit more about like the word problems and different manipulatives that you have within the curriculum and how it represents our student population.
Yeah, so one part that they did show me was how this program is made specific to California. So I was trying to remember where it was. I think like lessons, there's like real world connections, there's STEM activities, and there's data investigations. And like I remember one was like something having to do with like ballet folklorico, and so they try to add in things there that can kind of connect, and that the students like, oh, I know about that in California, and things like that. So there are some connections in that way, but I can look into it further for you if you'd like more information on that.
More out of curiosity, I remember working on a project with the city of Garden Grove, and they were sharing how, they could start pre-literacy and have, some of the books and such, and the students are trying to read, and they're reading on like snow. And these students had never gone on a field trip outside of where they grew up, and so they don't know what snow feels like. So even though they're trying to practice reading comprehension, it was really difficult for them to make that association. So I think it's also important in the case for math to have that relationship where it's a math problem, but they're talking about cultural relevance as well.
Yeah, and in the program, in every lesson, there's the activate prior knowledge part where, we try to connect it to something that they have prior knowledge with. And there's a lot of language instruction and language supports and language frames and things like that, academic vocabulary instruction, and things that will help students, I believe, to better understand the concepts that they're working with when they're talking word problems or talking data investigations and things like that.
For what it's worth, I noticed more diverse names in the math.
Yeah, because we all have noticed that before, right? Where like our students get excited because they see their name like in the problem. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and sometimes programs are a national program that then they just kind of tweak a little bit for us in California, but this one is like a California program built for California.
And just a quick point, of clarification, just to make sure everybody knows, because we're kind of getting into, getting ahead of ourselves a little bit. We're not approving an adoption or voting on the adoption. It's just the 30-day review.
Correct.
For this particular curriculum. So this is a great opportunity. Parents, community, you have access to this curriculum. Take a look at it. I know it is hard to get down here, but you have a digital option to do as well. So please take that opportunity, because that is your right to come down here and take a look at our possible adoption.
Okay, thank you both very much. I appreciate it. Now we're moving to information and discussion items. We're going to begin with 8. Why are we voting on it? It's an information
Vote on
item.
starting the 30-day review.
Shouldn't it be? Thank you for the redirection. Any additional questions? Entertain a motion. Properly moved by Trustee Pelley.
Second.
Second by Trustee Vane. Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much. Moving on to the information item, the annual report of the Measure S Citizens Oversight Committee. Mr. Calderon.
Mr. President, members of the board, I have the distinct pleasure of introducing Councilmember Nicole Jones, who is a very well-respected community member and is also on our Citizens Oversight Committee. We have met a couple of times now, and presenting today is the annual report for the 24-25 fiscal year. We've done something a little bit different. Staff has prepared an actual report that will be posted on our website that has all of the expenditures related so that the community can also access this information. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Jones. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Board President Glass, esteemed board members, Superintendent Menares, and Cabinet. I am Nicole Jones. I'm here in my capacity as a Citizens Oversight Committee member, filling in for Deanna Fasinelli, who unfortunately is unable to make it this evening. And I'm happy to present the Citizens Oversight Committee Annual Report. For the benefit of the audience, I would like to review what the Citizens Oversight Committee is. As you can see on the slide, we are an independent group of volunteers who make sure the district is in compliance with the California Constitution regarding the expenditure of bond funds for the Measure S construction projects. All expenditures from these funds must be in accordance with the bond language. For example, in 2025, bond funds were not used to pay for OUSD administrative salaries, new solar panel projects, or gym improvements. Our committee is only required to meet once per year. However, to ensure transparency, we meet more often than required, meeting twice in 2025. And this is the 9th annual report of the Citizens Oversight Committee, so we are well down the road. So who serves on the Citizens Oversight Committee? We are required to have at least 5 members who are active members of the following groups, as you see on the slide: business organization, senior citizen organization, bona fide taxpayer organization, parent or guardian of a child enrolled in the district, parent or guardian of a child enrolled in the district, and an active member of a parent-teacher organization, as well as members at large. Our Citizens Oversight Committee members are on this slide, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of our volunteers for the time and energy that they put into this committee. On this slide, you can see that our Measure S program expenditures are tracked separately. Fund 21 is our main Measure S fund. It contains the first series of bonds that were sold in 2018 and the second series of bonds that were issued in 2022. Fund 35 contains our matching funds from the state. The Citizens Oversight Committee is not responsible for any matching funds received by any governmental agency, and those funds are not reported as part of this presentation. The Measure S Phase 2 projects continue to be on schedule and should be completed by the end of this school year. This slide is a snapshot of our audit for the last fiscal year. The Citizens Oversight Committee reviewed this audit, which covered all expenditures through June 30th, 2025. The results of the auditor's procedures indicated that, in all significant respects, the district complied with the compliance requirements for the Measure S general obligation bond proceeds listed and tested. We had over $24 million in total expenditures between July 1st, 2024 and June 30th, 2025. This slide summarizes the total Measure S expenditures from the inception of the bond through June 30th, 2025. As you can see, there will be enough funds left for some Phase 3 projects, which is wonderful news. This slide shows the activities of the Citizens Oversight Committee since our last report to the board. As I stated, in 2025, we had 2 meetings, even though we are only required to meet once annually. This slide gives our statement of compliance, which I will read into the record. The 2024-2025 Annual Audit Report has been submitted to the Orange Unified School District, OUSD, Board of Education in accordance with California Education Code, Section 15280B. The Citizens Oversight Committee reviewed the NIGRO and NIGRO Annual Measure S Bond Audit at its meeting on February 18th, 2026. Based on the performance audit, OUSD has complied with the requirements of Section 1 of Article 13A of the California Constitution, Proposition 39. Thank you very much, and that concludes my presentation. Are there any questions?
Thank you so much for your presentation and for your service. I believe my whole trustee group here all appreciate you and the entire committee for your service. Any questions? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Okay, we're moving to our presentation 8B. 8B, presentation on Panorama School Success Dashboard. Dr. Whitmer, Dr. Land, and the team.
Good evening again. Well, next, Educational Services will be presenting on the Panorama Success Dashboard. And this is a very interesting presentation about a tool that has a lot of capabilities that will support us in supporting students comprehensively. Our objectives tonight are to articulate the rationale for implementing a unified real-time student support system, to share pilot implementation experiences and cross-department insights, and to present information in support of board adoption later in the meeting. I would like, before I hand it off to Dr. Lin, to mention that over the last school year, our teachers, principals, and district instructional leaders have been having instructional conversations around a framework comprised of standards-based curriculum, instruction, assessment, and school climate. 7 schools this year and 22 schools next year are part of the California Principals Network, which supports the development of site collaboration processes. Panorama is a tool that will provide comprehensive student data that will inform instructional decision-making at our schools. At this time, I'll introduce Dr. Christina Lin.
Thank you. Good evening, Board Trustee Kaplan and members of the community. Our work here is grounded in our model of excellence, particularly the focus on coherence and alignment. Our goal is to ensure that practices across classrooms, schools, and departments are connected, consistent, and working towards shared outcomes for students. Here's the big why. We realize in order to advance a district of excellence, we must move beyond isolated data systems to ensure that information leads to timely, coordinated support. This initiative is about connecting what we know about students to how we respond consistently and proactively. We began by gathering the input across departments to clearly define our needs, including integration, intervention tracking, and reporting. We then conducted a structured evaluation of 3 vendors using common criteria and incorporating feedback from our pilot teams. Based on this process, Panorama Education best aligns with OUSD's needs. Through this process, 3 essential needs emerged. We need a unified view of student data, a clear and consistent process for identification to action, and a district-wide approach to multi-tier system of support. To validate these priorities in practice, we conducted a cross-functional pilot across 4 key areas: academic, wellness, behavior, and engagement, led by our site teams, leaders, and district teams. We will begin by sharing highlights of our pilot experience from the academic team led by Mrs. Cron, the administrator of multi-tier system of support.
Good evening. So our academic pilot team was made up of members from Handy, shout out to Handy, Collaborative Academic Support Team, also known as CAST, and all 27 of our early literacy resource teachers. Together, this group has been piloting the Student Success Dashboard designed to strengthen how we identify and support students. Using the student overview page, the team was able to quickly identify students who may need additional academic support. From there, teachers and resource teachers efficiently created intervention groups based on shared student needs, literally with the touch of a button. This slide is an example of an intervention group plan. Once groups were formed, teachers developed targeted goals, identified specific instructional strategies, and determined the frequency and duration of each intervention. This same platform also serves as a space for ongoing progress monitoring, allowing teachers to track student growth in real time. At both the school and district level, this gives us the ability to clearly see how many students are receiving support, and more importantly, how are they responding to that support? Overall, this dashboard significantly streamlines our current practices, making intervention planning more efficient while improving our ability to monitor student progress. At this time, I'd like to invite two of our amazing pilot members to share their experiences with this work. Brooke Glaske, Literacy Resource Teacher at Panorama, and Lori Glaske, the Glaske girls, Literacy Resource Teacher at Villa Park Elementary.
Good evening. The Student Success Dashboard has allowed us in these unique positions to streamline progress monitoring between initiatives and platforms. Previously, we built our own data tracking tools that were time-consuming to update, whereas now it is in real time and accessible across the team, elevating collaboration and providing the most authentic and direct learning opportunities. Multi-tiered systems of support and historical data provide a structured Tier 2 level of support and enable accurate identification of support needs leading to the next steps. In collaborative academic support team meetings, we can streamline work to improve efficiency. In addition to CAST, we can bring data and information to the forefront of intervention decisions when going to student support team meetings, at-risk conferences, and grade-level collaborations. Panorama also provides written plans for the best Tier 1 instruction, giving strategies and support not only for intervention groups, but also for classroom instruction.
Panorama saves me hours of manual data entry, allowing me to spend that time actually teaching my small groups. In kindergarten through second grade, our primary mission is foundational literacy. I want to share a snapshot of the students currently in my kindergarten literacy cycle to demonstrate how we are using the Panorama program to move from a one-size-fits-all instruction to high precision teaching, where I can set short-term and end-of-the-year goals all in one place. The goal I set for my students was to improve letter naming fluency by 10 letters with 80% accuracy, with an end-of-the-year goal of 100%, that they know the uppercase, the lowercase, and all of the sounds. And as of today, I can report that students in this past cycle have already met the district end-of-the-year goal for letter and sound identification. In a traditional setting, these students might have kept pace with the rest of my intensive small group until I ended the cycle. However, because of the real-time data visibility, I can see their mastery the moment that it happens. There are some making steady gains but require more scaffolding. Because of the visibility this program provides, I can see exactly which sounds that are challenging for them, allowing targeted interventions during that small group instruction.
The Student Success Dashboard isn't just another dashboard or program. It actively fills a gap and streamlines our data into a single place. We aren't just saving time, we're building stronger partnerships with parents and staff, ensuring that every student in this district is being set up for success.
Thank you, ladies. I'd like to invite up now Amy Pullen and Christine Nelson, our special ed administrator and coordinator from SCS, to talk about the next group.
Thank you, Erica. All right, good evening. Our pilot group exploring the capabilities of Panorama's education wellness dashboard included a dedicated team of school counselors, health staff, and special education personnel. Through this focus group, we evaluated the Panorama platform's capability to provide actionable student insight. While our teams looked deeply at wellness and social emotional supports, we also evaluated the platform's capacity globally as a vehicle for driving meaningful, data-informed work with all students. When we look at focus, the priority is synthesis. Rather than adding in another system, Panorama can be used to streamline core procedures and transform it into a tool for IEP and 504 development. By providing a centralized hub, our teams can access a student's comprehensive history instantly. This allows us to create targeted student plans with precision. This brings us to the tool on the screen, Student Profile Insights. On the left, our pilot teacher shared that the Student Profile tool was exceedingly helpful in providing a view of each student's strengths and areas for a teacher to provide additional support. This tool translates that data into an individual California dashboard-style view that allows our staff to interpret performance with immediate precision and familiarity. Now I'll welcome up Christine to share more, Coordinator of Student Community Services.
Good evening. I'm joined here with Belinda, school counselor. The results of this platform's capabilities are far-reaching. Through streamlining our data, we eliminate the traditional data silos that often hinder collaboration. This provides our educators and counselors with a truly holistic view of every student, academic, social, and behavioral, all in one place. When a counselor or teacher can see the full picture in real life, in real time, they can ensure that supports are tailored exactly to what those students need that week. Finally, the insight we gain moves us from reactive troubleshooting to proactive support. Panorama provides an objective, data-driven lens through which we view student progress. This data does more than just record the past. It directly informs the monitoring of IEPs and 504 plans, allowing us to set accurate and ambitious targets for the future. I would like to now introduce Belinda Mejia, counselor at La Vida Elementary, who will discuss the platform's benefits for school counseling teams.
Hello. As a school counselor, some of my roles are to support the academic, social, and emotional well-being of students on our campus. Panorama helps strengthen the way counselors can serve students by allowing them to track progress in a clear way. For example, when I facilitate groups, whether it's focused on behavior, social skills, or emotional support, I am able to monitor the students' growth over time. I can measure progress and make informed decisions about my next steps. Another feature is the ability to document and track interventions. If you look at the right side of the screen, it shows how I'm tracking progress on one of my groups. Here we are focusing on the sportsmanship and social skills. The progress monitoring component allows me to regularly review how those interventions are working. If something isn't effective, I can quickly adjust. This ensures that our support is not only intentional, but also responsive and data-driven. I would like to now call to the podium Andrea Foster, Administrator of Student and Community Services.
Hi, good evening.
I'm going to be joined tonight by Linda Mannion, the assistant principal from McPherson Magnet School. Panorama is a student climate tool that helps us identify trends, guide MTSS-aligned supports, and strengthens the school environment before concerns escalate. The slideshow that you see here shows how the platform supports consistent behavior systems from input to analysis. On the left is the behavior incident entry screen, where staff log incidences using a standardized field, such as types of behavior, location times, and severity. This consistency is critical for reliable data. On the right is the behavior dashboard, which aggregates that information across the school site or district-wide so teams can see trends by behavior type, location, and severity. Together, this allows us to move beyond the individual incident and use data to strengthen Tier 1 supports, identify students who may need Tier 2 interventions, and make data-formed decisions that are responsive to the student's needs. With this context, I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Mannion to share her experience using the Panorama platform.
Okay, they want me to announce that they're fictitious names, so no one's identity is being revealed this evening. Oh, yes, I'll speak up. As the assistant principal at McPherson Magnet School, I have the unique opportunity to support students both in elementary and in middle school levels. So that perspective allows me to see firsthand how Panorama platforms can support all my little meteors with a wide range of needs. As part of the piloted program, I selected 3 students each week to closely monitor for discipline and behavior concerns. I actually chose a kindergartner, a 3rd grader, and a 6th grader, and again, at my site, 6th grade is considered a middle school student. I intentionally chose students whose behaviors were escalating so that I could fully utilize the intervention plans available through the Panorama's Solara AI system. What stood out to me right away was how intuitive the platform is. Once I identified appropriate interventions, I was able to easily set up individualized plans and track the progress on a weekly basis. One of the most valuable features is the seamless data that integrates with ARIES. So any behavioral incidences, their attendance, their academic data was also automatically synced into the student's intervention plan, giving me a comprehensive real-time view of the whole child. This level of insight allows us to be more proactive, to target in how we support our students rather than being reactive. It also strengthens our ability to make informed decisions and adjust our interventions as needed. Another feature that I see great potential is in the support notes. While I did not fully utilize this tool during the pilot, it offers a powerful way to document communication with families, such as phone calls, emails, and meetings. Consistently tracking parent contact is critical, as this feature would help ensure that all interactions are organized, accessible, all in one place. Overall, my experience with the Panorama platform has been positive. It provides a structure and efficient data-informed way to support student interventions with the potential to enhance the work that we do serving our students at our school sites. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I add a note?
Yeah,
really
please.
quickly? Just in case it wasn't picked up by the microphone earlier, I just wanted to mention that you'll see student names in the reports, and these are fictitious student names. Our team worked within the confines of a sandbox, and so the data and the names are compiled from that sandbox. So just want to be clear about that. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So now I'd like to turn it over to Mark McLaughlin, Coordinator, Student and Community Service, who will walk us through the engagement dashboard.
Move this up a little bit. All right, good evening. Our pilot team consisted of Joe Mendoza from El Medino High School and Scott Clark from Portola Middle School. The Panorama platform helps schools move from simply tracking attendance to actively supporting student engagement instead of reacting after students have missed significant instructional time. When attendance is viewed alongside other indicators, teams can focus on root causes and targeted supports rather than compliance alone. As you can see on the left side of the slide, Panorama displays a whole child snapshot of a student by bringing academics, attendance, behavior, life skills, and well-being into one view, along with other key student context. The upper right shows us iReady diagnostic results, while the bottom right displays overall attendance from the last 20 days showing us that trend, and a graphic that shows attendance aligned with the school calendar. This really helps us see trends, maybe Mondays, Fridays type thing. These attributes allow teams to quickly identify strengths, emerging concerns, and patterns over time, and move directly from insight to targeted MTSS supports or interventions. Okay, I'm going to turn it now over back to Dr. Lin.
Thank you. And then if I may clarify this, the reason that the screenshot that you have right there is different than the one that you're looking at right now is because we're busy blocking everything on your document and it makes very blurry. And you cannot see the content. And with the help of the Panorama, they were able to pull data from the sandbox so we can actually show you more detail. So that is why, sorry that I didn't explain that earlier. So in case you have the question. All right, moving forward. So first of all, I want to say thank you, team. To sum up our piloting experience across all pilot area, we observed clear visibility of students needing support and more consistent intervention tracking and reduced time spending compiling the report. Additionally, team reported improved communication and a more centralized approach to student information. Tonight, we would like to move from the exploration to action. We have completed our evaluation, gathered pilot insights, and confirmed alignment to district needs. We are now bringing this forward for board consideration to move forward with the adoption. And this work would not have been possible without the collaboration of our site teams, district staff, and pilot participants. We would like to extend our sincere appreciation for their time, feedback, and engagement, which were critical in shaping both the evaluation and implementation approach. At its core, the initiative strengthens coherence and alignment across our district. It allows it to move from data to real-time action, from fragmented efforts to unified system, and from reactive responses to proactive support. This is about building a unified system of student success for every OUSD student. Thank you. Now we welcome any question, feedback from the board.
Thank you, Dr. Lin. Thank you, Dr. Whitmer and your team for this presentation. We appreciate that. Board, any questions regarding the Panorama platform? Trustee Yamasaki?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this. This is going to be so helpful to streamline our processes and make everything more efficient. I'm really big about efficiency and I hate redundancy. And the fact that you have so many people looking at the same dashboard, that is going to be helpful. So you're not losing files, you're not, because I hear that can happen, like you're losing files or signatures or whatever. My question is, I'm assuming this is only available to teachers, administrators, counselors, or anybody who...
That is
okay,
correct.
so it's not a parent view.
No, it's
thing.
not a parent view.
Okay. So,
but there are lots of parent communication tool.
Okay.
I mean, letter, and then can be because we also have the AI system that will help us generalize the letter, also give us the early warning.
Okay.
So that answered the question. I remember a couple of presentations ago, we were asked about I mean, we have this list about kids that we're trying to support, but how do we actually catch those kids before you get to that point? And this is almost
Right.
like an early warning system.
And this is going to be at the high school as well?
Everybody.
Okay, because I can see how at the high school level, especially when they have multiple teachers in classrooms, how you can,
Exactly.
will they be able to see what other teachers are putting in from all classrooms? So say an incident happened in first period, and then somebody knows that something happened, and they can see that something, like maybe the child's having not a great day or
And
something.
it's a great place to make sure that, I mean, all the intervention being documented on the same place. So it doesn't matter when kids from school A to school B, when they travel, and we can have that data follow them as well.
My other question is, if there's many people inputting data, is there a way to track who is inputting the data? Like,
I believe so. You have
as
to
a pro-
put the
'cause-
who is doing it. Yeah.
okay, like you
Yeah,
have
they
to
can
log
have it in
in,
your
so
head.
you put in the data, so you know exactly what teacher or what
Yes.
counselor is. Okay, I just wanted to double check that.
Exactly.
Pardon? Oh, I thought someone said something. This is great. The other one question is how does it integrate with the IEP? Does it meet the standards for IEP? Like this is used to help track IEPs at all?
And that's why we had Amy here. We actually had a special ed team looking at that perspective. And I can see Amy coming this way.
So it would be a way to monitor their progress, but it's not going to supplant our information system that we utilize to actually create the document. But it's a way to tightly keep track of how they're progressing on those standards, on those goals that we're working on. So it will align closely with the work they're doing and creating a simpler way to keep track of everything all housed in one spot.
Okay, so for example, if an IEP requires that a student can get more time for taking a test, and instead of going to the file, would they be able to see that on this dashboard?
They wouldn't be able to see the student's IEP accommodations,
Okay.
but they would be able to see, any of the outcome of those accommodations, say, in the work that would be uploaded there. But they would still need to reference the IEP document for that student's individual plan.
All right, because I was thinking that it would be great to be able to flag a student right away to say, oh, while they're taking a test, like, because how does one teacher remember all the requirements of all these IEPs in a day? Like, it's a lot of work, and so I just thought maybe there's a way to say, hey, this student needs more time to take a test, or this student has a bathroom pass, or...
Yeah, there is a way to identify that the student does have an additional supplemental plan, such as a 504 or an IEP document. But the IEP does have some streamlined features, and having some of those pieces like at a glance that makes it easier for teachers to reference, so they're not thumbing through a very large document. So that piece will still continue to kind of be a supplemental to, obviously, this platform.
And this is a lot of information, and which is good, but at the same time, I also am concerned about student privacy. How do we know that they're being protected, or privacy is a concern for me.
And we have a representative from the Panorama to help us address that question. And also, I believe that there are layers of access, just like Aries. I mean, if you're a teacher, these are the platform that the access that you had depends on. I mean, because the access actually helped whoever is looking at it to provide the support to the individual. And Kaylee, thank you for joining us.
Hi there, I'm Kaylee Dunn here with Panorama Education. So addressing privacy, the data remains with the district. We just house the data, and we're SOC 2 Type 2 compliant, FERPA, COPA compliant. And then as was already mentioned, it will be a role-based permission. So even though this is a centralized location where all of those data pieces can come together, that doesn't mean that everyone gets to see everything from every student. Teachers will only see their assigned students, principals will see their schools, district level leaders will have higher permissions.
Okay, perfect, great. Thank you for answering.
And then through our pilot experience, we know that, and then it's synced with areas very well. That means that when the kids go in and out, I mean, overnight, the kids were able to, the new teacher will be able to get the information they needed for the student.
Great.
Trustee Vane.
Thank you. This is really awesome that there's all of these various data points and they can integrate together. So to be clear, areas would remain.
Yes.
And they would talk to each other,
yes.
These programs.
And then that's why they told us we are the first district actually require a 6-month piloting, before we even purchase. Because our experience is, the vendor will come here and say this will work. And when we actually adopt it, it doesn't work. And by the time it works, it's another year. So we work like on the day-to-day basis. We have so many integrations. So right now, they actually already have our data sitting right there. And then we do sign the contract with them, to address that. Yes, it's
And
synced.
then I know we'll also be, I think, rolling out Parent Square. So does it talk to that at all or not really?
We asked that question because one of the need that is we would like it to send directly, to do that part,
Right,
but our understanding is not, they don't connect yet. So, and then one of the things that is we got a lot of, they have a lot of IT tech support. We actually started a lot of requests already. We want to see that. We want the system to link, and they were able to produce for us, but not yet. But that is a good suggestion. Yeah.
So a high degree of technical support, I guess. So the AI component, the paragraphs that we saw are AI written, right? Like taking the data that was input and then describing the student, right?
You mean the example?
Some of them.
I believe the teacher can write their own, and then the teacher can also utilize the AI. You can put the component, is that correct? Yeah. And one more thing I want to add is the best thing about this AI part, it's okay, come join me, is, instead of the teacher go to ChatGPT and start find out the language, this thing actually, it hosts it internally. So which means that it's very safe. And on top of that, there's a library that they're trying to search for say, okay, I need to support my kids with this area of need. And they actually pulled it from the research-based library in order to provide idea for the teachers, not just something out there, in the whole wide world. You want to add it for us?
You did a great job. I think the paragraph you're referring to is the Student Insight tab, where it can essentially consolidate the data that's sprung through the student profile page and give it a summary, and that is an AI-generated summary based on the data.
Right, which is totally different than the teacher's written thing that was also showed.
Yeah, the teachers can input their own description of the intervention or description of support notes, but there are some AI summaries, essentially.
And then the last thing I was wondering is, as you were describing this, I was thinking about alerts, like on your phone when things pop, like, hello, here's an alert. So is it just that each part of the student support is managing their own section, like the teachers are, responding to the grades and or they all like alerted about?
I think one of the screenshots that actually says it all. So pretty much I'm looking at Johnny, for example. So that's indicated there's an academic behavior, and then so those 4 components. So as a teacher, to answer your question, I'm not just looking at academic. I know these are the area that when I have 4 red, this is the kids, I'm going to jump into it. And on top of that, you can sort it as administrator. I can actually say, give me the kids that already have 4 or all 4, 1/3 of the 4 red. You can put a criteria, and you will generate the group of kids for you.
So it's less like alerting and more like teachers should be looking at, how their children
and
are
not
doing,
only
period.
that, not only that, you can, once you generate, you can keep them as a group, based on the criteria that you will need, and then you can monitor them. And then you can put timeline, to check in. And then so it's helping us that we can actually be proactive to react, to have action aligned to what they need.
Thank you.
So quickly, Aries and Panorama will integrate, not necessarily with Parent Square. I just want to get you off
Correct.
the hot seat with that. Okay, thank you. So don't expect that.
Yes, I
Okay, all right.
that away.
I had to write myself a note. And then because it's role-based, teachers wouldn't necessarily be running reports, I don't believe. It would be district personnel regarding a wider range of students and not the individual classroom teacher, correct? Okay.
Yeah.
So then from there, any other questions? Trustee Pelley.
Thank you. I just really had a comment, as I usually do. Just thinking about years ago, we started the whole MTSS, which is the multi-tiered system of supports, which includes all of these things. But we've still kind of worked in isolation between departments just because we don't have something like this. Correct. So when a principal's, working with a child that needs attendance support, we have to kind of tell you guys over there a little bit more about the student or what might be on Aries, but then the counselor might need to add something. And that's just more reports that you need to do, talk about redundancy. So this to me is just really, we've been wanting this communication and not having every site kind of have to struggle to, well, we have PBIS, but how are we going to track it? Well, this site does it differently. Do we have to purchase something? This is so much what we've been looking for as far as just working together, streamlining. We've said work smarter, not harder for years, and I feel like maybe we're starting to do that. But this is really fantastic, and thank you to those of you who piloted. I love that you have all these people here. I think you're starting to know how many questions you're going to get, so you're bringing more and more people to answer them. Very well prepared, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you all very much. We appreciate your presentation.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We're moving to 8C, Cross-Sectional Steering Committee Summative Update. Dr. Singh. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, President Dr. Glass, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Menares, cabinet staff, and the Orange community. It is with great appreciation and gratitude that I invite members spread around the room of our cross-sector steering committee who are here with us this evening to join me at the podium, please. This team took on a very important charge in developing a behavior ecosystem for our district. And tonight, they'll present in front of you the culminating systems that have been created, and to Dr. Glass, your point earlier, the alignment piece. So we'll go to the next slide. The objectives of our presentation are projected on the slide. The committee was established to systematize behavioral processes and develop that collective efficacy, which is so important and crucial towards developing a cohesive and aligned system of support. In recent years, we've all heard behavioral needs, especially amongst our youngest scholars, have really skyrocketed. And they've intensified to a level where we felt it's important to have those clear, consistent processes for staff and students alike. I remember this is in one of our early discussions at one of our committee meetings that a table group was working. There was a lot of table group, a lot of collective dialogue and discussion that was ongoing as part of this committee. There was a group that reflected on how challenging it can be to operate in a system that is not clearly defined. And so the conversation quickly shifted from how people respond to a more important question, which was how clearly have we actually defined in the system that we're asking and expecting people to implement. And that moment was pivotal. I think that became the turning point for this committee and ultimately shaped the work that will be presented in front of you this evening. So let's go to the next slide. And here we have our model of excellence district in Orange County. The committee's work represents this. Our work was anchored in belonging, innovation, collective efficacy, and continuous improvement. As you know, this effort brought together voices of teachers, counselors, psychologists, classified staff, and site and district leaders to design a cohesive and sustainable system. In doing so, the committee demonstrated what's on the screen here, which is collective efficacy in action, leveraging that unified expertise to strengthen both systems and culture that you see reflected on the screen as well. At its core, this work advances a sense of belonging by establishing those consistent and supportive environments where students and staff collectively feel seen, valued, and connected. Equally important, the committee built a system within a continuous improvement cycle with ongoing feedback loops and checkpoints and improvement cycle, and that will be shared later on in the presentation by Cami. And finally, in alignment with our District of Excellence framework, this work is intentionally braided with educational services focus on student ownership, ensuring that something that was mentioned by Trustee Pelly earlier, that our work should be unified. It should not be parallel, it's collectively unified and braided together. And so if the team members could please join me at the podium, and I would like to now welcome Alicia Wilson, who's a teacher at Crescent Elementary, to the podium to share further about that student alignment piece. So,
all right. Good evening. We recognize that excellence requires more than just high standards. It requires shared goals. To that end, our committee has developed a comprehensive roadmap for behavior alignment with the student ownership framework. By aligning our behavioral practices with the principles of student ownership, we are creating environments where students are empowered to take responsibility for their actions, reflect on their choices, and actively engage in their own growth. This resource provides teachers with the tools to foster a profound sense of community while grounding students in the power of personal autonomy. By design, these documents act as a bridge, ensuring that our behavioral expectations and our academic goals are moving in the same direction towards true student ownership. Now I'd like to introduce Sedege Kaiser, counselor at McPherson, to the podium.
Good evening. As Dr. Singh shared, our committee brought together a diverse group of stakeholders. We met consistently every 2 weeks, maintaining a focused and collaborative cadence to move our work forward. Together, we developed a comprehensive TK through 12 behavioral response network, along with a standardized behavioral risk and response reference guide. We also created clear guidance and strategies for addressing both major and minor behavioral incidents. In addition, we designed a range of behavioral support resources aligned to tiers of student need, providing practical, accessible tools and strategies to help staff effectively support all students. We will now review our committee outcomes, and I'd like to invite OUEA President Karen Barone and Cambridge's Principal Erin Roselli to the podium.
Okay, before turning to the content of the slide, as OUEA President, I would like to briefly acknowledge the exceptional design and structure of this committee, which should serve as a strong model for all future committees established by the district. From its inception through its bi-monthly meetings focused on product development and review, the committee, demonstrated a high level of structure, engagement, and productivity that has been exemplary throughout this process. And honestly, meeting every 2 weeks was a lot, but it streamlined the process. Discussion stayed at the forefront of our minds, and we accomplished the work in a timely fashion in just a few months. I'd also like to acknowledge the importance of the Panorama app, which was just presented to you this evening. Many of us on this committee also had a chance to look at that and work within it. It'll provide teachers a place to document behavioral needs and supports, something we are unable as teachers to do in Aries because it's only accessible to site admin, which is a concern I hear from teachers across the district. They want a place to document behavioral concerns, interventions, and supports for their students. One of this committee's key priorities was not only to establish a consistent system-wide approach to behavior, but also to create a centralized, accessible platform where all resources could be easily utilized by school site teams. And this resulted in the development of a comprehensive guidance and strategy book created by OUSD staff for OUSD staff. And now Erin, who is so happy I volunteered her to share with me, will be next to the mic.
Thanks, Karen. Along with the comprehensive internal flipbook you have in front of you, a website has also been created that organizes behavioral documents, resources, and behavior support materials in a clear, user-friendly format. On page 2, there is a QR code to the website, and we invite you to please tour the many resources we have created for our staff. Collectively, these tools provide staff with consistent, practical strategies and guidance for navigating and responding to challenging behaviors. This evening, we'll take just a few minutes to highlight a couple key components developed by the committee to support staff. There are a lot of resources, strategies, and guidance. However, we will focus on just a few. The first resource we will share is the Behavior Response Flowchart, which serves as the primary go-to process document. It anchors a clear step-by-step approach for addressing behavior based on levels of intensity, low and high, while outlining supportive actions and strategies at each stage. The flowchart also includes guidance for documenting behaviors and interventions. As part of this work, the committee was provided access and explored the use of Panorama Education as a tool for tracking behaviors and monitoring interventions over time, supporting a more data-informed approach. To further systematize consistent practices at both the site and district levels, the committee developed the STAR, Site Team Action Response model, as well as the Transition Behavior Support process. The STAR model establishes clear site-based protocols that define roles, communication, and response actions when behaviors escalate beyond the classroom, ensuring clarity in who responds and when. For higher intensity behaviors that exceed site capacity, the District Transition Behavior Support Team provides timely, in-the-moment assistance to support de-escalation. Beyond the immediate response, the Transition Behavior Support model includes stabilization, coaching, and ongoing planning to create a more effective and supportive pathway for the student moving forward. Now I'd like to ask Kim Domer, teacher at Villa Park High School, to come forward for a quick review of some resources.
Our internal behavior guidance book serves as a comprehensive digital library of resources developed by the steering committee. It brings together the most essential documents in a streamlined, accessible format designed to support staff in real time. You have a printed copy at the dais for your review. This behavioral guidance book has been created to house clear systems of support paired with practical professional resources that creates a roadmap for effectively addressing the behavioral needs we are seeing in our classrooms. These needs are evolving. We are experiencing shifts in student behavior, and in some cases, it has become more challenging to find the currency that motivates and engages some of our students. This reality calls for new thinking, new strategies, and a more unified approach. Our teachers have been clear in their request for stronger behavioral supports, and this guidance book is a direct response to that need. It is designed to be all-encompassing, providing clarity, consistency, and actionable tools so that staff feel equipped and supported in meeting the diverse and changing needs of our students. Now I'd like to ask Cami Kenyon, Orange High School teacher, to come up to the podium and briefly review the implementation and support plan.
In alignment with the behavioral guidance book and a few of the systems you've just seen, we have been intentional in how we prepare and support our site leaders and staff for implementation. As illustrated on the roadmap, we accomplished in just 4 months what often takes years to complete, demonstrating the strength of our collective commitment. In late March, principals participated in a review of the co-created behavior guidance documents. I had the opportunity to attend alongside several other steering committee members where we supported small group discussions to deepen understanding and application. Throughout this month, we're continuing that support through virtual information sessions designed to address site-specific questions and needs. Beginning in May, steering committee members will partner with principals to co-facilitate trainings at their school sites focused on behavioral processes and associated guidance documents. At the same time, from May to August, we will offer drop-in open house sessions for both principals and staff to receive tailored consultation that supports effective site-based implementation. Additional learning opportunities will continue over the summer, including an all-district focus on behavior at our annual August convocation. As we look ahead to the 26-27 school year, the committee will reconvene in fall 26 as well as spring 27 to assess implementation and identify any needed refinements. Site-based trainings will continue to be available based upon principal request, ensuring responsiveness to each campus. There was a clear gap and an area of need that emerged out of the Behavior Steering Committee work, the need for a comprehensive discipline manual, which is supportive across all grade levels and campuses for both students and staff. Dr. Singh was immediately responsive and established a subcommittee with 2 reps for our Behavior Committee, and we look forward to that additional alignment and systems work. As demonstrated through this intentional rollout, we remain committed to providing ongoing support. We will continue to revisit, reflect, and refine our approach based on feedback from our school site teams, and we look forward to partnering together to strengthen behavioral outcomes across all campuses. Thank you so much, and please let us know if you have any questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I appreciate that. We're going to take a pause for a second, and board, I'd like to entertain a motion to extend the meeting by 30 minutes. Go ahead. It will be enough tonight.
It will be enough tonight.
Moved by trustee, go ahead.
Don't we have to go back to closed session? So extending 30 minutes to open? Do we still have to come back in, though?
So there's session, so we don't have to return from that. So this will be the balance. Been properly moved by trustee Pelley, seconded by trustee Thomas. Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 7-0. Thank you very much. Any questions for our team who has done this excellent work?
Just have
Trustee Erickson.
not so much questions and very short, but I just have to say it's incredible to see how quickly and efficiently and effectively something can be handled when we have a will. We have a will to do it, and the resources are provided to do it. And so I just want to thank all of you for being, I remember when Ms. Barone came, I think the beginning of the school year, and we got a tongue lashing, but it was legit. I mean, all of you have identified those legitimate areas that we definitely needed systems. And if there's ever a person that is incredible at putting systems together, it's Dr. Singh. And I just want to thank you for having the will, putting together the time, putting the incredible team together that you have, because this is incredible talent. But again, with the district having the will to move forward, because You can have great ideas, you can even have great people, but if you don't have the will to move forward and create systems, it doesn't matter. So I just want to thank you all for that.
Quickly to add to that, I want to also thank Dr. Monades because you responded so quickly. I mean, it was clearly a team effort, but right away you said, okay, we got to do something, but you didn't rush in like, let's just throw things together. You really did a systematic approach, but the fact that this happened so quickly is because of the need and the will. So thank you for truly listening, learning, and leading.
Trustee Martinez-Goodlander.
Thank you for your work. I have a lot of questions, so I'm just going to schedule a separate meeting with you, if that's okay. I don't think we'll end by 10:30 if we go.
Trustee Yamasaki.
Yeah, I just want to echo everybody here, my colleagues, in saying thank you so much for this comprehensive and collaborative work. I am so impressed with this. For those who are in the audience and not seeing this report, it is so extensive and it just covers all areas, and I can't wait to go through all of it this week, and if I have any questions, I'll be sure to get back. But what I like about it, it even includes like a teacher check-in guide. How are you doing? How is the teacher doing? How is the teacher managing this? And so it takes everybody's wellness into consideration, not just the students. So thank you for doing this and acknowledging how teachers are feeling as well.
Trustee Vane.
Just make a comment. If we would like for you to explore the website too, there's a QR code, and on there is a list of all of our participants. So we thank all of them for engaging in this work. And I want to do a special call out for our leads for this work, Amy Pullen and Andrea Foster, who were the leads from the division. So thank you, and of course the entire committee.
Thank you.
In listening to this presentation and reviewing this guide, I just could think of one word, which is proud. I'm so proud that OUSD is taking these steps forward. I'm proud of all of you who came together to do this. I really like the student ownership and the staff ownership component because that's important in education, but also it ties to our larger goals as a district. So I'm really glad to see everything tying together so nicely so that we are on the same page as to where we're going. So thank you so much and excellent job.
And I'll conclude by saying this is work that, and I don't mean to be magnanimous about it, but this is work that could be replicated and duplicated throughout the state. And, you know, and I mean this sincerely because this particular group, along with Dr. Singh, just recently earned a Golden Bell. And this is along the lines of that with regards to how selfless it is, but it addresses a need not only for our teachers, but also for our students and their families. And the way that you meticulously went through and made sure that all needs were met, we definitely appreciate the work of this committee, the driving forces of which started with President Barone, and sincerely, and led to what we have today. So thank you so much for your work and for your dedication, and we look forward to seeing this implemented and moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Glass, can I just remind everyone also the California State Impact Award that they received, this team. So this is reflective of the impact you're making. So thank you. That was a
excellent,
prestigious award.
Thank you. We'll move to 8D. Proposed revisions to the board policies and bylaws. I know that we have a public comment that will follow, but we'll go to Dr. Monades.
Thank you, President Glass. So, Board, this is the first read of 4 policies. These policies are specific to recent legislation, so they're going to update the policies. And the mobile communication device is in preparation for what we need to put into place for starting next school year. So again, the team is here to answer any questions you may have. You can also email those or talk to people in between now and our next board meeting when we would have the second read. But we
ready to answer any questions now.
So are there any questions regarding these 4 policy revisions? Trustee Martinez.
I have a question about 5131.8, so the mobile communication devices. I'm curious as to why elementary and middle school students are grouped together as opposed to putting all secondary students with similar protocol, mainly because like middle school students also have several teachers that they have to go to and may use it as an instructional tool as listed in the high school portion of it. So I'm just curious as to if there's a legal reason why they need to be grouped together or if they could be separated.
Good evening. Good question. So just so you know, we did a lot of background on this. My team and I, we explored other districts, local districts across the state. We collaborated with OCDE and also legal counsel on this. This is, the way you see it here, this is not a recommendation by legal, and this is not a recommendation by CSBA, but this was more along the lines, based on the feedback that we got from our stakeholders, but also what other neighboring districts were doing. We are open to the idea of separating this, if that's something that the board would like. A district like Tustin, they do have elementary and middle schools combined, and they do have high schools separate. But we can explore the idea of separating middle school as well and combining them with high school, or having them be a standalone group as well.
I just think it could potentially be a valid conversation, mainly within your own team, of like how this would translate into the AR. So I think I just will pose it there and then.
Yeah.
And for our friends at home, AR is administrative regulation, and that supports the board policy, so we know how to implement the actual policy. Any other questions? Trustee Vane.
What exactly is a mobile communication device? Does that include smartwatches? What exactly entails?
So in today's world, we don't just have cell phones, we have a lot of items. For example, we have shades, we have glasses that can record conversations, we have watches. There's just so much out there that we're not even aware of that students have access to. So this is just a way, an umbrella term, to make sure that we incorporate all those mobile devices.
So I think eventually, as we consider implementing this, having there's watches that don't have, Wi-Fi, but they have, being clear on what counts and what doesn't count,
So
I think.
In other words, you would like us to define what a mobile device is and give examples?
I think if I were a teacher, I would like to know, what counts and what doesn't count.
Yeah, we can do that.
In that regard. And then I was also wondering if we might, since it says here that they might be used during instruction, some guidance or a policy as to how we might handle it if there is a student in the classroom that doesn't have that. So if there's a student that doesn't have a cell phone, a smartphone, and the teacher says, okay, everyone take out your phones, let's, how can that be addressed?
Well, every classroom has access to iPads or laptops. So it's not always the case where we have to use a mobile phone or mobile device. Oftentimes, students will use their laptop or an iPad in the classroom. There is occasions in high school where you see it more often where teachers will ask, take out your cell phone or a device so you can scan a QR code to take a poll.
So they would just take out the device that they've been given by the school in that circumstance if they don't have. Okay.
Yeah. There's going to be situations where they could use their own personal device or the device that's provided by the school site.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Hi.
Am I on? There we go. Your recommendations, we would put those into the administrative regulations. Yeah, so Mr. Angel, all in the administrative regs. Thank you.
Already drafted?
No, we want to do the policy first, and then we'll do the administrative regulations. Thank you.
So that way they align.
Any other, go ahead.
Yes.
Trustee Yamasaki.
First of all, Mr. Angel, thank you so much for actually presenting at the OUC PTA meeting, because I know they had a lot of questions, and he gave a pretty extensive presentation on this policy, and I think some of the parents had some pretty good questions, and I think one of them that came up was consistency amongst the teachers. One of their concerns was that teachers will have different policies within the schools, like, okay, you could bring your phones out, or, you know, some teachers may be more permissive, and so how are we going to handle that, like, within, like, the consistency within a school and from school to school? Like, you know how, oh, I heard Villa Park kids, they can do this, or Canyon kids can do that, or even within the teachers or different classrooms, like, how are we going to ensure that there is consistency?
So that's one of the questions that I always get is how are we going to ensure that? And just so you have some background on this, when Governor Newsom signed this into law in 2025, the idea behind it was to have consistency across the board. There was law, but it was not consistent, and it was not mandated. But when this happened, that was the exact idea. The easy part is to create the policy. That's the easy part, where we develop a policy, but the tough part will be the implementation. One of the things that my team and I did was also look at all current policies across the district. As we were analyzing the law, analyzing what other districts are doing, we were also analyzing what our school sites are doing. About 90% of our school sites have a policy in place. And one thing that we did find out is that it's inconsistent across the board. So when you go to high school, it's inconsistent. When you go to elementary, when I was a principal, my policy was, you know, you can bring a cell phone, because I understand as a parent, you know, parents want their child to check in and also, you know, text or call when they arrive home. But it had to be out of sight. You know, put away, out of sight, turned off. If you want to use a phone, which is similar to this policy, go to the classroom. But there's going to be ongoing conversations. I'm going to have to be working closely with Elena and DePauli to make sure that once this policy is approved, we make sure that the policy is in place and that their site policy aligns with what we have here. The idea is to prohibit or limit the use of cell phone or mobile devices across the district. But there is a piece here, if you look at the second page, where the school site may undertake measures or strategies in accordance with this policy. So I'll give you an example. You know, we might have sites where if the policy is to prohibit or limit the use of cell phones, when the student comes into a classroom, the teacher might require them to put their cell phone in a pocket chart. They may require them to put it in their, you know, have it out of sight in their pocket, or they may require to put it in their backpack. So that might vary site to site, but it still aligns with the policy, which is to limit the use of cell phones. And that's going to require, just like I said, a lot of ongoing conversations, a lot of training with our principals. We've already front-loaded them with, you know, this has been going on since last year. Right. You know, you mentioned the meeting. I probably spoke at tons of meetings. I spoke to all stakeholders, principals, directors, parents, our kids. A survey went out. We had over close to 5,000 responses. So, I mean, this is how, I mean, people had a lot to say. You can only imagine our kids don't like the policy, where our parents support the policy. I mean, you saw that, Mrs. Yamasaki. I did. But the idea is we have a law that we have to, by law, make sure we have this policy in place.
So obviously, kids will have limited access to their phones, but I do notice that a lot of kids use like
AirPods.
AirPods, and they're listening to their phones, or so that I'm assuming is part of the policy, like no AirPods in their ear. Yeah, and I'll be honest, I wear my AirPods and no one knows that I'm wearing it because my hair is long.
Yeah. Well, that's part of a mobile device, right? So the way it's written right now with elementary has to be put away, right, out of sight. Okay. So that also includes your AirPods. Okay. For kids at high school, the way it's written is during non-instructional time, you know, they can have access to their mobile device, which also includes their AirPods. But as soon as they're in the classroom or they're in a learning experience, learning opportunity, that, including the AirPods, have to be put away.
I think it would be, like Trustee Vane said, like, great to spell it out.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
In the AR. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Trustee Erickson.
Yeah. I mean, we talk about implementation, but there's also, as part of implementation is enforcement. And I think that that will probably come with the AR, the administrative regulation, but I think that's going to be something we really have to work on, think about, because, you know, well, different teachers may enforce it or not enforce it, but also those teachers that are choosing to enforce the policy, as they all should be, need to have the district's support so that they're not going to be the individual enforcers. In other words, we have to have it be a district-wide plan to do it. And I don't know how we're doing that, or whether or not any of that needs to be incorporated into the policy itself. Perhaps it only needs to be part of the administrative regulation.
Right, so, you know, our role here at the district office is to support our principals to make sure they have the tools to support their staff at the site. So, you know, we're going to heavily rely on our principals and our assistant principals and their admin designees to make sure that this policy is being enforced at the school site. You know, I think with any new policy, especially when it's a brand new policy, it's going to take time to make sure that it's actually implemented, but that's where, you know, accountability comes in. And making sure that we're consistent and we're following through and checking in with our principals. How is it going? You know, how can we refine this policy to make sure that the following year or the following semester, it gets better?
Is there a button in Panorama for that?
I don't know. Christina? We can look into that.
If there is a button, it'll be red. I just want to state quickly that there is going to be inconsistency with discipline. And our students they're great kids, and no one wants to take what they own.
Yeah.
And part of the confiscation protocol that's here, that'll be detailed. It's going to be problematic. I mean, it just is. And so we have to figure out, and I'm not trying to tell anybody how to do their job, but I think that reasonably speaking, maybe some of our student representatives could be helpful in how to not just talk that through, but also to give us adults some guidance as to how we can reframe the issue, which has to do more with more engagement in classrooms and less of just having a device for the sake of having a device and you can't have it. Because there is a concern about a district employee confiscating the mobile device, because that will escalate.
It will.
And I'll just give this one anecdotal example. Once upon a time when I was an assistant principal, we had a policy, and the policy was to take the phone. Now, a substitute teacher followed the policy. She took the phone. The student took the phone back. The teacher didn't know where the phone was. We had to pay for the phone. So I'm not trying to give anyone in YouTube land any ideas, but that's just literally what happens, because you change the chemistry in your brain when you take my stuff, and I'm going to get my stuff back.
Yeah.
And so I lay that out there as a real example, as, you know, we're doing all this great work, and this is something that is mandated, I get it, but it's also something that takes away from instruction. It will take away from instruction for a group of students.
And also, if the policy second to the last paragraph, it does state the liability piece. Yeah.
President Glass, can I add to your student committee suggestion
Absolutely.
of not just including student leaders or student representatives, but potentially the students that would know how to create alternatives to the system?
Circumvent.
Of who know how to put like the decode phone in the pocket and keep their real phone and different things like that. So we could use like the bullying model that Superintendent Monarez had brought in, that we can bring in a committee of students from different backgrounds and different experiences to be able to inform the adults.
Absolutely.
And you know, and honestly,
Thank you.
we were intentional with this process because, quite frankly, we wanted to see what other districts were doing. You know, so there's some districts that really moved fast on this, and there's some districts that kind of just made a decision overnight and it backfired. So it was important for us to really learn from those districts who's doing it great and who's struggling, so that way we're not making those same mistakes. And it was also important for us to really seek the input of everyone. Like I mentioned, we had but close to 5,000 responses from parents, community members, staff, admin, our kids as well. It was pretty impressive.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Any other questions? All right, thank you so much for this. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
And we do have a comment on this one.
Thank you.
And just as a point of order, we have still 6 remaining comments, which if they take 3 minutes is going to be more than 10:30. So I don't know if we want to just extend it now. I could find out if they're here.
Well, let's just extend it, and if we don't need it, we won't need it. We don't have to interrupt anybody, so.
Motion to extend.
Can we say till 11? Till 11 p.m.?
We won't use it.
Can I get a second?
I'll second it.
Properly moved by Trustee Thomas, second by Trustee Pelly. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. 11 o'clock.
Okay, we have 3 for 8D. First one, I don't want to ruin the last name, Bob. Is Bob here? Bob D. Oh. D? What's the last, if you can say your name. Dude, okay, I wasn't sure because I couldn't really tell, so thank you for clarifying.
Mr. President and members of the board, I'm here to say that I would not be here if my mom gave me a device because I would just be like sitting on the couch and using it. And like in school, some kids, if they're able to do it in between classes, they might not focus. My mom did a survey and kids focus more if teachers take their phones away at the beginning of the day and give it back at the end. Because if they do it in between classes, then all class they're just thinking of a funny text message or something they saw online. And I think that I want to thank my mom for teaching me about this.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay now. Okay.
I really think some of our best comments that are the most important, really, and clear come from our students. So thank you. Jeanette Romney.
Hello, Mr. President Glass and Dr. Menares and members of the board. Thank you. My name is Jeanette Romney. I'm a parent of these 3 students from Anaheim Hills Elementary School. I'm here tonight asking you for a revision of the BP 5131.8 for grades 9 through 12. Okay, I'm just going to be candid. Okay, so last October, we brought out the Organization for Social Media Safety. And we had Ed Peisner talk to 200 members of our school that day. And he talked to our students about the risks of social media. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. And what we learned that day was very sobering. We had kids that with little clickers where they could self-report anonymously. So, and we're just an elementary school. So for our 5th graders, 78% of them had reported seeing real violence online. 71 had experienced cyberbullying in 5th grade. And 20% of our 6th graders had been asked to send or had received inappropriate images. When the parents got this data, I mean, it was just shocking because these are 5th and 6th graders. And I can only imagine that as kids get older and more devices are more prevalent, these numbers are just gonna go up. So, we're trying to set a precedent, get in front of things, because it's gonna take a lot of time to kind of change these trends. In our home, we've chosen to delay tech, but the reality is my children are only protected as much as their friend with the most access to internet. Last year, students were exposed to a video of a public figure, their death before parents could even pick them up from school. It was awful. So I want to share a little bit of data. In 2024, the National Education Association had surveyed 2,800 people, less than what they had just gotten from our district. But they surveyed educators across different phone policies, ranging from bell-to-bell phone-free schools all the way to teacher initiated. And the second one being allowing students to have phones in between bell to bell. And 28%, there was a 28% disruption rate for those who did not have, who went bell to bell, but it went up to 73% when students had access during breaks. So my time's up. I just want to share that data and let our kids be kids. Okay.
What's your recommendation?
Okay, so my recommendation is bell-to-bell phone-free schools using a yonder pouch or locked away. That is where there's data on if a phone is off in front of you, a kid is distracted.
Okay.
So if it's in the backpack, they're going to be distracted. So
Okay.
checking it in at the beginning of the school day, getting it back at the end of the school day.
Okay.
Best case scenario. The next best thing is keeping it in the backpacks.
So if you'd write that up and send it to the superintendent,
Yes.
that'll help us out.
You got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, that's all.
That's it for 8. Yes. Oh, I thought I had the, hold on, I got ahead of myself. Celeste Umura. I had it, and then I just put it at the bottom of my stack. Sorry.
Mr. President and members of the board, thank you for having me. My name is Celeste Umura. I am a PTA member and a parent at Anaheim Hills Elementary, where my daughter attends TK. I'm here to request a revision to the mobile device uses policy. Myself and a large group of parents support the bell-to-bell, no phone policy from elementary all the way through high school. Keeping phones out of students' pockets and fully away from distractions is going to benefit them greatly. We believe that we need to begin as we mean to go, not opening the door to more distractions for our high schoolers in such a sensitive and imperative growth time. We fear we will see the same increase in mental health issues if we do not push for the bell-to-bell, no phone policy. A 2023 study from Common Sense Media of 11 to 17-year-olds found that they received a median of 237 notifications a day, and about a quarter of which were delivered during school hours. That's a lot of temptation for students to resist. Also, when students are minutes away from even getting to their phones, they are less focused in class. Christine Rosen, author of The Extinction of Experience, wrote, "A culture without boredom undermines the act of daydreaming and sometimes interstitial time used to be given over to. Let us give our students the opportunity to be bored during the interstitial time between classes where they can connect, imagine, and thrive, without the constant information, notification, dopamine download that keeps them separate during the quiet moments. Let's gift our kids the ability to be bored together, taking steps to provide lockable bags or phone lockers to store phones during the day and eliminate distractions and do what's best for their mental health, for the mental health of these students. Let's also gift our teachers and school faculty the time and energy to focus on teaching and instructing their students instead of policing tech and phone use. Student safety is of utmost importance, and less access to smartphones keeps students more aware and less likely to be distracted during an emergency when their focus should be on the trained staff member instructions to keep them safe. President Glass, I loved your proverb that you said, because that's what I'm doing right now, is hoping for a strong tree with plenty of shade for when my TK daughter is in high school. Thank you all for your hard work you're doing for our schools and our students. Let's continue making the hard decisions and changing things for the better with our students' health and futures in mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay, go
thank you. Just something comes to mind, and those are all incredibly great points. But it does come to mind that there's addiction with phones, and we're going to have to, I think, confront that and figure out it isn't just boredom necessarily that might happen. We may end up with these behavioral problems that are going to be associated with that until we get over the hump. And so just something to think about. And I don't know where we think about that, not necessarily in this policy, but we're going to have some support if that is the case. So just something to think about. If we're moving on to consent, I would like to pull item 15F, and I will be not voting on that item, just based on my potential conflict as a board member of the Friendly Center.
Okay. So we have a couple of items that we're going to address. And let me ask a question. Personnel report? Okay. So we will pull 12A along with, what did we just state? 9?
15F.
15A? Okay.
F.
F, excuse me, 15F. So 12A, 15F. And then we will approve the remainder of the consent agenda. I believe that's how we will move forward with that. So can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda with those two exclusions?
I'll move it.
Trustee Thomas moves.
Second.
Trustee Yamasaki, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Let's move to the speaker, the public comment.
Okay, we have two comments for 12A, Jennifer Melendez and then Esteban Villa.
Good evening, Superintendent Moraz, President Glass, board members, and cabinet. My name is Jennifer Melendez, and I am a member of the Transportation Department. I am here today to speak about concerns related consistency, transparency, and trust in the hiring practices within transportation. Recently, there has been situations where internal applicants were not advanced in the hiring process due to application-related issues, without being given an opportunity to clarify or correct them. At the same time, employees have observed outcomes that appear inconsistent with how standards are typically understood and applied. This has created confusion among staff about what the expectations are, how decisions are made, whether those expectations are being applied equally to all candidates. There is also a broad concern regarding standards and accountability. Classified employees are often held to strict expectations when it comes to application accuracy, work history, and adherence to policy. However, there is a growth perception among staff that those same expectations are not always applied consistently across all levels of organization. Employees have raised questions about prior employment history, including how an individual separates from the district and is evaluated during hiring. There is uncertainty around what standard applies when someone seeks to return, whether those standards are applied equally to all employees. At the same time, there are classified employees who have expressed interest in returning and advancing within the district, but have not given the opportunity. This has contributed to concerns about fairness and equal access to advancement. This is not about one individual or any one hiring decision. This is about the system as a whole. When expectations are not clearly identified or constant applied, it impacts morale, trust in leadership, and confidence in advancement opportunities within the district. As an employee, we want to grow within this organization. We want to feel that we meet the qualifications and be given a fair opportunity. Board policies emphasize fairness, objectivity, and consistency in decision-making from an employee from expectations on how hiring process is carried. So today, I am respectfully asked to view these hiring practices within the Transportation Department. And expectations are clearly communicated, processed, and are applied consistently on all employees and are held with the same standard. When there is a lack of clarity or consistency in hiring practices, it can lead to employment disengagement form a complaint, and challenges to the integrity of the process. If standards are not applied consistently across all levels, thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Esteban Villa.
Good evening. I'm actually just continuing her speech, so we didn't know if she had enough time. So I'll just go off of where she left off. And if standards are not applied consistently across all levels, it creates the perception and risk that hiring decisions are not based solely on objective criteria. This is ultimately about strengthening trust, improving transparency, and ensuring that the district continues to uphold the standards it has set. Honestly, to be frank, we just feel classifieds are held to a high standard, and it seems, respectfully, leadership's held at a lower standard. You know, some of these answers, it's kind of like, oh, well, leadership's different. And we completely understand, you know. Again, we're okay with standards. We just want fairness. If we're held at this standard, we want everybody held at this standard, you know. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so at this point, what we will do is we will approve or accept the personnel report, which is 12A. I entertain a motion.
So moved.
Trustee Thomas moves. Trustee Yamasaki seconds. Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Moving to 15F. 15F reads the agreement with Padres Unidos. Entertain a motion.
Motion.
Trustee Thomas, second. Trustee Pelly seconds. Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Oh, and one abstention, 6-0-1. Pardon me. Thank you. Okay, so now we have a non-agenda item, public comment, correct?
Yes, we have one comment from Lisa Shipman. Lisa Shipman, I think, is gone. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
So now we'll go to our board staff recognition, starting with Trustee Vane and moving west.
Hello, everyone. I'll try to be brief. Those of you who had spring break, I hope that it was nice. I had a really great opportunity to participate in Read Across America at California I Inspire Academy, so I'd like to thank them for hosting me. It was really fun to have the opportunity to read some books to several different classes. And I also had some site visits at Saravilla Middle School and Serrano Elementary, so thank you to those principals. It was a great opportunity to learn about those schools, and since I went to them on the same day, it was great to have an opportunity to think about that feeder pattern in particular. I did enjoy the state of the city for the city of Orange and learned a lot about the things that are coming in the city, so it was really nice to think about the district moving forward and also the city of Orange moving forward and where we're all headed, hopefully together in a great direction. And in addition, many of us attended the VAPA celebrations for middle school and high school students, and truly blown away by all of, I saw the choir and also the dance performances, which were phenomenal. And I will leave it at that. I really value our librarians and our nutrition staff and our bus drivers and all of our volunteers. So thank you for being here tonight.
Trustee Yamasaki.
Thank you very much. Jacob left, but wanted to thank him and the Orange High School for our little cute plant here and the water and the note. So Jacob, if you're listening out there, thank you. And thank you to Orange High School. I attended the spring concert at Kenyon High School, and can I tell you, I was blown away, but I was going to use that adjective, but now I'm going to say impressed by the performance of the Kenyon High School Symphonic Band. Under the direction of Dr. Wang, these kids performed a number of pieces that were so amazing and diverse. I mean, they had like music that was mimicking a train. And they set up the stage so beautifully, and the parents and the boosters all supported it. And the one piece that I wanted to note was the Gershwin's Rhapsody in Blue. They had the last name is Song. He did a solo, and I was just like so impressed. And I was impressed with the spinning cellos too. So I was telling Dr. Whitmer about this at the last meeting, and I said, oh, so amazing. And he ran over there after our study session. And so one of the parents came up to me and goes, thank you for sending one of your administrators. So thank you for going over there. But next year, they're going to be performing at Carnegie Hall. And my understanding is that they're ranked like 2A. I guess bands get ranked too, but they're really high. And so next year, I'm going to make it a point to push our board to go and see this one because it was really impressive. Trustee Bain and Pelly, and we went to the annual Villa Park Pancake Breakfast. I want to thank the Rotary and the boosters who raised money for Villa Park. They did a really incredible job. Yummy pancakes. But Trustee Pelly and I had the opportunity to have an impromptu fire truck ride to the California Fire Museum in Orange. So it newly opened. It's the old firehouse over in Orange. And they just opened, and so we took a little tour, and so they wanted to extend to our kids like visitations. They said that they would welcome our kids to go over there and learn about safety, and they have this safety booth, and so it was really fun. We stayed there for quite a bit, and we had fun riding this little fire truck and ringing the bell all the way through Orange. And we were doing the wave to everybody. So that was fun. And lastly, there's a lot of things we did, but I'm just going to focus on a couple. As mentioned by Dr. Menadas, OUSD hosted the Southern California largest C-STEM RoboPlay competition to date. And this is the 4th year that they're doing it, and they have grown exponentially. There are 230 students that participated across 57 teams, 3rd to 12th graders, all OUSD students, and they were just so great. Elementary, middle school, and high school students, they had to do coding, show their math skills, and what was great is like these kids took it so seriously. I saw my husband's cousin there, and she wouldn't even say hi to me. I was like, hi, Yuki, and she didn't even, she was so focused. And then after she was done, she goes, I can say hi now. But I'm just demonstrating how into it that they are, so it was really impressive. And I want to thank the coaches, directors, and administrators for helping to bring this opportunity to our students. And thank UC Davis for continually having OUSD as one of their partners. I'll let Trustee Erickson talk about our tea at Prospect. So, thank you.
Great. No, thank you for sharing. So this last month, it feels like it's been the season of conferences, right, Dr. Glass? It's been back to back. It started with spring break with the Orange County Association for the Education of Young Children, so I'm sure many of our preschool teachers attended that one locally. And then last week, there was the American Educational Research Association conference, surprisingly locally in LA. And so many of my classmates attended that and shared there's like up and coming research on AI, which was relevant to our conversations tonight. And also that the narrative is changing, right? So where it was 10 years ago of like staying away from it, that it's changing to our students about like use it as a process, not for product. So that's just one key thing. And then this week is the World Forum. So leaders from across the world are getting together. This year it's in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I attended last year, but they're discussing all the different issues that are going on in our classrooms today. So it was just, I just want to make a note that there's problems everywhere, but I'm grateful for spaces to offer, to create that space for educators to be able to problem solve together. And then I wanted to share an anecdote of librarians and teachers working together. And so there's a teacher prompt for writing and getting to know a famous person in history. And even though we do have an abundance of access to our digital library, this one teacher in particular sent her students to the library to do actual research. Well, it's all research is research, but the tangible experience of going to the library, speaking to the librarian, asking those questions of what they were looking for, and being able to pull the information that they needed in order to create their reports and different things like that was just the beginning of research skills. Was really amazing to see. And so the reason why I flipped the story to tell you what happened first, it's because you're going to be amazed that these were all second graders that did it. So they had a prompt of like a person that they wanted to research, and then had a list of questions that they needed to answer. So knowing what information they needed to collect, they worked with the librarian to be able to access a lot of this information. So it was really amazing to see that. And then lastly, I also wanted to share gratitude to our superintendent for being able to share so much in Spanish and making a point to speak Spanish in every space that you are, regardless of whether there's Spanish-speaking people in the room or not. I think it's important to offer that space to families, and especially those that are building courage to come to spaces that are uncomfortable, not knowing that whether they're going to fully understand the information that's there, or if they know that they can fully participate as well. So I think our next challenge is going to be to have our written documents bilingually so that they can follow along. But thank you.
Well, you've heard about a few of the things we've attended, so I just want to leave it with a couple. We talked earlier about our AVID scholars, and I wanted to just remind, someone said that we're the only district in Orange County that has K through 12 AVID programs in our schools. And we just recently had the AVID Elementary Showcase at Olive. We have an elementary showcase, AVID Showcase school, and our high school, Orange High School, is also a showcase school. And it takes a lot to get to that status, and people come from all over the county literally to look at what we're doing. And I attended the one at Olive, and I had been to one before when they were just starting, and to see the progress over the years has just been really amazing. So great job to Olive, and it's there's a lot of pride when you can see how far we've come and the work that our team has put into that. And then I also was really fortunate to be able to hand out some Eagle Scout awards on behalf of our board. Troop 531 had I just have the little program here, had a ceremony, and 5 of the 12, I think there were either current high school students or graduates of 3 of our high schools. So Kevin Pilipanda, Douglas Lee Strain, Daniel Huapaya, Michael Tu, and Jonathan Huang. That was just really fun to be able to do that. And it's just amazing. I think I said this in LegCo, I made it to Bluebirds in kindergarten, and then that was it for me. So I can't imagine what they've done to earn their Eagle Scout. So congratulations to them. That was really an honor. And then just finally, an anecdote about our bus drivers. People may not know or remember that during COVID, when we were planning to get back to school as quickly as we could, they were driving, delivering computers, devices, hotspots, books, materials all over the district. They came to our sites and helped us with anything we needed, spray painting the dots on the playground, 6 feet apart so kids could line up 6 feet apart. I mean, everything they could do, they did, they helped, and it's just one more great thing about our district. But I just wanted to add that because a lot of people wouldn't know some of the amazing things that our bus drivers have done to go above and beyond. But that's it for me. Thank you.
So one thing I missed at the last meeting was to report out that I attended the Orange High School CIF girls basketball game with Cami. It was great. They defeated University Prep. That was fabulous. Anyway, I visited Handy Elementary and Fairhaven. Principal Morgan over at Handy, and then Principal Jimenez at Fairhaven, along with Vice Principal Resendez. Welcomed me at both. I went through, oh my goodness, I think 10 or 11 classrooms at Handy, and saw nothing but good happening, whether they were in groups, whether they were independent, working, you know, on paper or with their device. It was unbelievable. At Fairhaven, I went into a couple of special needs classes, and also amazing. I attended the State of the City, and just a shout out to our superintendent for presenting to OUPSF President, Mr. Frank Tucker, as Citizen of the Year from Chamber of Commerce. That was awesome. Well deserved. I attended the first night of OUPSF, who hosted our amazing and talented musicians at Chapman. And just have to thank our music department chairs, guest conductors, Lisa Green, everybody that was there. It was amazing, as usual. Thank you.
Okay, first I want to congratulate Dr. Whitmer and welcome you for, we've roped you in until 2028. Be careful what you wish for. But we're very happy, and you're such a welcome part of this team, and we're just really grateful for all your work. So thank you and congratulations, sort of, yeah, right. Over the past month, there's just been a ton of stuff going on. Yay VAPA, yay OUPSF, won't say any more, incredible. Trustee Yamasaki mentioned the tea party that we attended. It was a community schools event, and it was a combination or collaboration between Esplanade, which is Graciela, and Esmeralda from Prospect. The two came together for their adult language learners and had a tea party that was attended by all adults. It was a huge event. It was so much fun. They had such a great time, and the English language learners had vocabulary that was related to tea parties in both Spanish, well, in Spanish and English and Vietnamese. And they all just had such a good time interacting and having fun. So that was just a really cool thing to see, this idea that we all believe in community schools, but then when you see it in action, the power that it has to bring the community together was just really moving and really incredible. So
Can I just add something really quick?
No.
Because Trustee Erickson had to leave and I ended up staying, and they did karaoke. And so I just have to tell you.
I did get a video. So.
Yes, they were doing karaoke, and I was there for that, and it was a lot of fun to watch them, and they really got into it, so it was great.
Yeah, no, I mean, the room
in both
was
languages.
packed, and right, and
Yeah,
that was neat. It was a really neat, joyful event. Another meaningful thing I got to participate in, and my theme is kind of all of our community partners. So within OUSD, we have so many great things going on, but outside of OUSD and our partners and different educating, I can't even talk anymore, it's too late. I was able to participate in the Santiago Canyon College Foundation Golf Tournament fundraiser supporting their Veterans Resource Center. And although my golfing was atrocious, it was really fun. And the Veterans Resource Center is something that really changed lives. And we were able to hear from the veterans that have utilized the Veterans Resource Center and hear about the benefits of it at Santiago Canyon College, and it truly, truly, truly changes lives. And it was just incredibly touching, made up for the terrible golf. But it was neat. And then Avid Senior Standout Ceremony, as Dr. Manadas mentioned, I just wanted to shout out the students, Salma Elgamal from Canyon, Vanessa Larios from El Medina, Sandy Wynn from Orange High, and Eric Duncan from Villa Park were honored countywide on stage at the Barclay Theater at UC Irvine. So it's just an incredibly special event, and to hear these student stories of perseverance, resilience is just incredible. It's just a really, really neat event to go to. We visited, Dr. Singh and I visited TLC Charter School this morning, and that is a small TK through 6 laboratory style program that has special programming that is inclusive education. And they wanted to show their model of what they were doing, but we had a really good conversation about how we can really collaborate to make sure that when those students leave 6th grade and they come to our schools, how we can help that transition, going from a very specialized program and stepping into our middle schools, because we want to bring them into our schools. And that got the conversation going about how incredible our special education programming is and the impact award that we've had. And it also brought up something that we heard last night, where Placentia Yorba Linda's, not last night, Tuesday night, Placentia Yorba Linda School Board was meeting, and they had a presentation on SPED and their improvement. They were 5th in the county. And one of the board members said, well, who was number 1? And they said, Orange Unified. And everybody said, you know, are we collaborating with Orange Unified? Are we learning what they do? So it's really neat to be the model out there. We also heard this at a breakfast Tuesday morning with Los Amigos. There was a couple that was, it's a community group that's been around forever, but a couple was there and they were advocating for mental health resources at the middle school, and they were specifically talking about Anaheim Union High School District. And they said, we always point to Orange Unified as the model of what we could be doing. And it just made me so proud to know that, you know, we are the model and we are doing incredible things. And our presentation tonight on the behavior guidelines is just, it was just incredible. So anyway, we're awesome. Have a good night. It's 10:56.
No, I have no minutes. I have no minutes. I just want to thank this board. I want to thank this cabinet under the direction of our superintendent for all that we do, that they do in preparation and in service to our students and our community. I think it's very important to always remind ourselves that this is public service. It's been on my mind for many, many hours because I've been on many, many planes over the past several days. It's public service. And the one thing that is central to this, and I'm going to go out on a limb and say this, it may be perceived that we always agree. We do not always agree. Our values dictate and demand that we keep students at the center. So that's the reason why you can actually take from that what you will. The response that I have to everyone that I come in contact with is, when students are at the center, you agree. If you are at the center, you can go anywhere. You can go all over the place. So thank you, Dr. Menares. Thank you to her cabinet. Thank you to this board for the outstanding work that you do to make sure that we keep students at the center. We are closing this meeting at 10:59 p.m. The board, we are going to close session. There will not be a readout. Thank you so much. Have a good evening. Drive safely.